introduced to and understand non-traditional career options, and examples being armed forces and entrepreneurship, right? So that's our goal for today. All right. So real quick about yesterday. All right. Please give me one benefit of going to a vocational trade school and one trade that you learned about yesterday. Again, give me one benefit of going to a vocational or trade school and one trade you learned about yesterday. Let's see if we remember anything about what we learned about vocational or trade school. What were some of the goods? What were some of the good things about it? And we talked about a lot of different things yesterday in terms of, you know, uh, the reasons why one might go to a trade school over going to traditional 4-year college. What are some of those things? Just give me one. Now I'll put one thing in there myself. Let's see. Okay. Great answers. Let's see. So that they can be just as prestigious as 4-year colleges and you can make close to the same salaries. Absolutely, right? Great point. You can save money and you get financial aid. Yep. Save money because you're not paying for 4 years of school and you can still get financial aid. Great point, Rashida. Abdul Salam says you can land a good job with very little education that pay high salaries like a plumber or electrician. Very good. Great point. I love all of these points here. Again, if you see something that you agree with, go ahead and give it a like. Saves time. I wouldn't have to do 4 years, of course, that's me. And then high paying jobs for little education. Absolutely, right? So the trade-off is there, right? Better, a good bang for your buck. Thank you, guys. All right, let's go ahead and move forward here. All right, so we're gonna play a little career term bingo today around terms related to college and career. Terms related to college and career. So what I'm gonna do, if everybody go ahead, goes ahead and clicks on the screen, it should generate a card for you. If you click on the screen, it should generate a card for you. Now I'm gonna have to stop sharing my screen because I don't want you guys to see the answers. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna read the definition of a term. You guys will unmute yourself, or you can type in the chat to say what the term is, and then everybody can check off or mark off that term on their card. All right. So again, let me stop sharing my screen for a second. It's going to be a really simple process. Everybody is going to click on the screen and give me a thumbs up if you were able to get the card. If you have your own card now by clicking on the screen, awesome. So everybody has their own card. I am going to, again, I'm going to read the definition of the word first. You guys have to tell me what the word is by either typing in the chat or unmuting yourself, and then we'll mark off that that term on our cards. So, first definition. All right, first definition. These letters are acronyms for American College Testing and the Scholastic Aptitude Test. Both tests are designed to measure a student's level of knowledge in basic areas such as math, science, English, and social studies. Colleges may require the results of either this or that before granting admission. What is that term? What are those terms? Thank you, Abdul Salam. ACT, SAT. Absolutely. If you have ACT and SAT on your cards, go ahead and mark those off, please. All right, next term. An undergraduate degree. What kind of degree is this? It's called an undergraduate degree that you can earn after about 2 years from a junior or community college. Somebody type in the chat or unmute yourself. Again, it is a degree earned after about 2 years at a junior college. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Associate's degree. Associate's degree. Good one. Associate's degree. All right. All right. Now, this is an easy one. It's an establishment that offers higher education. What is that term? An establishment that offers higher education. An establishment that offers higher education. What is that term? I'm gonna let you know it starts with the C. It starts with thank you, Rashid. College, even though you misspelled it, but college. It's with an E at the end. All right, you spelled collage. College, very, very good, right? So college, absolutely right. So right now we have three terms. We have ACT, SAT, associate's degree. We have college. Next term. Let's see. Okay, a position, a paid position that requires completing tasks for pay. A paid position that requires completing tasks for pay. I'll thank you, Umar. Job. Absolutely a job. This is one that I'm not sure any of you guys know. What is a graduate degree in law called? A graduate degree in law. A graduate degree in law. A graduate degree in law. What is that called? Graduate degree in law. It starts with a J. Not post-secondary. Absolutely. Good job, Abdul Salam. JD, Juris Doctorate. Juris Doctorate. Very, very good. Juris Doctorate. That's what a lawyer is known as. All right. That's their law degree. It's called a Juris Doctorate. All right. All right, very good. Let's go on to the next term. This one, an overview of a person's education, qualifications, and previous experience that is sent with a job application. All right. It's a piece of paper. It's an overview of a person's education, qualifications, and previous experiences that is sent in with your job application. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Resume. All right, resume. All right, let's see if you guys know this one. A sum of money that is used to support a student's education, usually awarded for academic achievement. It could also be earned in other forms, such as athletics, which is known as merit-based. What is that thing? Absolutely. Thank you, Rashida. Is a scholarship. Scholarship. Very good. Scholarship. All right, let's go on to our next term. Again, once you have bingo, go ahead and call it out. Our next term. An undergraduate degree that you can earn from a college university after about 4 years of study. An undergraduate degree that you can get from a college university after about 4 years. Thank you, Abdul Salam. A bachelor's degree. Bachelor's degree. All right, here's one. All right. This post-secondary option focuses on specialized career training that prepares students for specific careers. All right. Again, this post-secondary option focuses on specialized career training that prepares students for specific careers. Not an internship, but that's a good guess though. Not an internship. I'm gonna remind everybody to think about what we talked about yesterday. Very good. Thank you, Umar. Vocational, right? So career tech or vocational. All right, very good. Career tech school or vocational. All right. Here we go. Next term, an association or organization at your school that is dedicated to a particular interest or activity. An association or organization at your school. Absolutely. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Club. All right. Next term. A 2-year. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna go back. Scratch that. All right, let's go to this one. This you should get it as soon as I say it. But students getting ready for college or attending college complete the free application for federal student aid to to see if they qualify for financial assistance for college. What term am I talking about? What term am I talking about? Some of you guys might know. Not financial aid. What term is that? I said it in the term. So students getting ready for college or attending college complete the free application for federal student aid to see if they qualify for financial assistance for college. What is that? Very good. Thank you, Dr. Wazia.
That's a hard one. They're not.
That's hard. They haven't got there yet.
Yeah.
FAFSA. FAFSA is something that all of you guys are going to have to fill out right before you guys go to college. It helps determine your the money you get from the federal government in terms of free money and loans that they offer. All right. And then let's see. A position typically without pay for students to work within an organization or company. All right. A position without pay for students to work within an organization or company. Without pay is the key term there. Very good. Good job. Internship. All right, let's go. All right, this is a student's chosen field of study. It usually requires the successful completion of a specific number of credit hours. Major, very good, Umar. Major, good. All right. A graduate level degree that allows you to focus on and master a specific subject area. A graduate level degree that allows you to focus on and master a specific subject area. Master's degree, very good. Thank you, Abdul Salam. All right, master's degree. All right, next one. Someone who has experience in a certain area and advises someone else. Someone who has, very good. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Mentor. Good guess, Umar, with professor or counselor. Those are good ones. But mentor. All right, mentor is the answer there. All right. And what is the highest level of degree that a student can earn? All right. These people are considered experts in their field of study. On average, it takes an additional 4 to 8 years to complete this graduate level of study. Very good, Abdul Salam. PhD. We have one now. Oh, Umar got it first. Doctor, right? PhD. All right. Very good. I think I haven't said this one yet. A person who willingly helps with a service without being forced or paid to do it. A person who willingly helps with the service without being for. Very good. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Volunteer. Anybody close to bingo yet? Anybody?
I'm one away.
You said what?
I'm one away.
You're one away. Okay. All right. Rashida says she's close to. All right. Next term. Awarded after completing a training program at a technical or vocational center. This thing is required to legally be able to work in the profession for which the training was received. Not a diploma. Diploma is something you get after high school. It could be actually after a program also, a vocational program also. Something different. All right, and I'll read it one more time. All right. Awarded after completing a training program at a technical or vocational center. This thing is required to legally be able to work in the profession for which the training was received. Very good, Abdul Salam got it. Certificate. A certificate. Something that you get. All right, certificate. Next. It's a 2-year college that offers certificates and associate's degrees. What are those called? A 2-year college that offers certificates or associate's degrees. Remember, there's 2 different names for them. Not a trade school, nope. It's a 2-year college that offers certificates or associate's degrees. Not trade. Very good. Abdul Salam got it. A community college or junior college. Community college or junior college. All right. And then this one is a higher education institution that offers a 4-year degree as well as postgraduate degrees. So master's degrees and PhDs. So they offer 4-year degrees, master's degrees, and PhDs. These are called absolutely university. Great job. University. All right. And then, all right, where are we? Okay. PS, also known as PSE, it refers to education after high school. This could include college or career tech or vocational school. Also known as PSE. This refers to training after very good post-secondary education. Very good post-secondary education. All right, next one. As opposed to a major, this is designated as a specific number of credits in a secondary field of study. As opposed to a very good Abdul Salam minor. That is a minor. All right, let's see. What haven't I called yet? Let's see. Okay. An annual or yearly amount of money that an employee makes. An annual or yearly amount of money that an employee makes. Very good. Salary, Abdul Salam, salary. Your salary. Right. Your salary. Hold on 1 second, guys. All right, let's see. Next one. Describes a job that is protected or one for which it is unlikely that a person holding it will lose the job. A person has this when they work a job that is secure and likely to remain necessary or in demand. Very good. Thank you, Rashida. Job security. Job security. Everybody wants job security. All right. And this is, next one, a formal meeting with a person meets, a formal meeting which a person meets with a potential employer to help determine the person's qualifications for the job. Absolutely. Abdul Salam got it. It is an interview. One more for almost all the rest. Interview. It is an interview. Interview. Okay. Any class, next one is any class that a student will be or are taking in high school. Obviously, we know what that is, right? Any class that a student will be or are taking in high school. These will help decide if a student likes certain components or skills needed in their career. Very good. High school class. High school
Bingo.
class. Bingo. High school classes. All right. What is your bingo?
Salary, counselor, job, post-secondary, and high school classes.
Salary, what?
Salary, then counselor, job, post-secondary education, and then high school classes.
Did not say counselor.
Did you say counselor?
I did not say counselor.
Oh, wait. Oh, I remember it was mentor.
Mentor, yeah.
Okay.
Counselor, yeah.
It's just,
Rashida,
I could have
bingo,
did somewhere else with counselor.
All right, let's see. Rashida, what's your bingo?
Major, Juris Doctor, master's degree, high school classes, and internship.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Rashida. Rashida got bingo first. Good job, Rashida. All right, so we're gonna pause here for a second. And Dr. Fuzzy, I'm gonna step away now. And then if you are ready or you want to give them a quick 10-minute break, and then you can come back and do the
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's take a quick 10-minute break, guys. Be back at 9:43. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
That was fun. All right, everyone, let's try to make it back to our desks. Cameras on if you can, please. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome, Nafisa. Want to make sure everyone's here. Thanks, Omar. Cassie Nafisa, thanks. Rashida Abdusalam. Rashid. Alaikum salam. All right, at the very least, chat your name in the chat box. Put in your name in the chat box so I know you're here. Is Rashida back at her desk? Okay, Abdul Salam's here, Rashida's here. How about Rashida? All right, cool. Thanks for coming back, guys. So Brother Hamza had to step away for about an hour or so I'm going to take over. We are going to review just a little bit more about vocational studies, and then we'll jump into the armed forces, which I don't know a ton about, but I have some introductory things to discuss with you. And Brother Hamza is going to have a Marine specialist come in, like he mentioned, to talk to us. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to need everyone to help with the reading. I'll start off. Hang on. So you guys learn a ton of stuff about vocational schools, which is great. You know what? I don't want to share it this way. Let me do it this way. Does that work? Yeah. All right. So I'll start and then I'll have folks, I'll call on you to read. What are vocational schools? When considering enrollment in post-secondary vocational school, it is important, it can be helpful to consider program length, subject offerings, and admissions requirements in order to make the best education decision for your career goals. So overview of vocational schools. Let's have Nafisa. Can you read for us, please?
Vocational schools, sometimes referred to as trade schools or career schools, provide practical training with few unrelated academic course requirements. They are relevant for many kinds of learning, including individuals who are planning to enter industry for the first time, adults who are looking to re-enter the workforce, professionals who wish to pursue a new career field. The education offered at vocational schools allows adults to focus on the skills to enter a particular industry, with the option of not taking unrelated general education courses required for an associate's degree at a community college. Vocational schools also provide technology training or retraining for workers in their current occupations.
Thanks for that. I don't recall us really talking about this a whole lot yesterday, but the difference between vocational schools and community colleges. So community colleges is kind of like just a smaller version of a college or university. Community colleges give you, at the end of the coursework, you earn an associate degree, and it's typically a 2-year process, right? Vocational schools can be as short as 6 months or a year long. And at the end, you get a certificate, as we found out during the bingo game today. So it's a little shorter amount of time in terms of completion, but really you get hands-on type experience that you may not get in a 4-year or 2-year or 4-year program. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't, but it's really very much hands-on. So let's see, program lengths. Oh, now we talk about lengths. Let's have Abdusalam. Can you read that for us, please?
Vocational schools can offer programs ranging from short unit classes of 10 weeks or less to long-term programs of up to 2 years in length. Some states offer public vocational schools and career training programs through community colleges, but the majority of vocational schools are private institutions. But vocational school credits don't typically transfer to academic undergraduate programs like an Associates of Arts program, but they may award students with a certificate credential.
Yeah, very important to keep that in mind. Sometimes your credits may not transfer, whatever coursework or things that you did in that's been done in the vocational school may not transfer to 2-year or even 4-year colleges and universities. So definitely something to keep in mind. It also mentions here, a majority of them are privately owned. So that's key in terms of funding because they do cost money. It's something for you to keep in mind. The good part about it though, is typically vocational schools will help with job placement, as Brother Hamza mentioned yesterday. So if it's like plumbing or those who do HVAC, like air conditioning units and things like that, carpentry, masonry, they typically will help place you in a job after you're done. So that's one of the perks of it. So let's see, Omar, can you read common programs?
Vocational schools generally focus on programs in career fields that can be completed in 2 years or less. Vocational schools focus on single fields, such as automotive trades or health services, may offer only one training program or give students a choice of several programs in the same industry, such as a hairstylist, barber, nail technician, or
Esthetician.
esthetician programs at a cosmetology school. Other vocational schools offer programs in several unrelated fields like agriculture, office skills, and technical training. The following are some of the common types of vocational school programs: welding, cosmetology, plumbing, carpentry, locksmithing, electrical installation and maintenance, motorcycle and automotive repair, floor design, medical transcription, hotel and restaurant management.
Thank you. I'm sure we've all come into contact with one of those fields, people who come to your home to get help fix things around the house, or those you go to look pretty, like cosmetologists, or places where you order from, floral design and things like that. All right. So post-secondary admission requirements. Let's have Rashida.
There are several requirements that prospective students are often required to meet in order to be eligible for admission to a vocational school, such as the following: meet the minimum age requirement of 16 years, 17 for some programs, hold high school diploma or GED, or have completed a recognized homeschool program. There are also some community colleges that have vocational training programs in collaboration with local businesses, such as apprenticeship programs and pre-certificate training in compliance with state
Licensure.
licensure guidelines.
Yeah. So it's good to know that they do have some kind of parameters in terms of who can come in. So you can't just send like a 10-year-old, go learn a trade. I'm not sending you to school. You have to be 16 or even 17 in some programs in order to enter into those programs. And typically they would require you that you have a high school diploma or a GED, which is general education diploma, which is equivalent to a high school diploma, or those who are homeschooled. So that's interesting to learn about. All right, combined high school programs. Let's have Rashid.
Combined high school programs. Some vocational high schools combine career education credits with high school education for juniors and seniors. Pursuing vocational education, vocational high school training allows aspiring high schools graduates to quickly enter. The requirements are typically the same. Wait, wrong line, sorry. To quickly enter workforce with on-hand training and career focused curriculum. For combined high school programs, admission requirements are necessarily lower.
Typically, you skip a line again.
Typically high. I'm sorry, I keep skipping lines.
That's okay.
Are typically the same as post-secondary programs, except that no diploma is necessary and the minimum age. Did I skip another line?
Mm-mm.
No, the minimum age requirement is necessarily lower. Students may need to be 14, to be at least 14. Vocational high school academies offer dual credit enrollment,
Mm-hmm.
thus are often highly competitive in their admissions criteria. Successful students graduate with both high school diploma and associate's degree in a career field such as computer programming,
Culinary,
culinary arts, pho-
photography.
photography, or fashion merchandising. All earned college credits are stackable and therefore directly transferable to all local and regional publics. Individuals who want to take this career focused courses can educate opportunities through vocational schools in wide ranges of fields. Vocational schools are equipped to help workers build their skills regardless of their current career stage.
Okay. Thank you, Rashid, for reading that. This is really interesting and brings out a great point. I know in Prince George's County, and some schools, even in Baltimore, will combine vocational studies with high school. So you might have a section in the school where they really focus on something like carpentry, and they provide the students with just as good an education and training rather in those fields as you would get if you were to go outside after high school and pay for vocational school. So if anyone, or even if you are interested in like really getting into a vocation, it's best to try to get into one of those high schools that combine it. So it's less time that you spend doing it, and it's also less costly for you, if that makes sense. And also, I know at least Rashid is going to Flowers High School that combines like an associate degree type program with high school. So after high school, he graduates with not just a diploma, but also an associate degree, which is as good as 2 years of college already under your belt. That's really great. And I know some schools would actually allow you to physically go and take classes once you complete your basic requirements, of course, to go take classes in a local community college. Again, that pushes you up to like a second or third year student in college when you're applying to colleges and universities. All right, so I'm going to play a short video. Let's see. On vocational schools. Okay.
Vocational courses and classes are available in many different career fields, such as healthcare, computer technology, office management, and skilled trades. These courses are offered by career colleges, vocational schools, trade schools, and community colleges. Vocational classes provide job-focused training for specific roles or careers. In many cases, vocational courses have the potential to lead to skills certificates or associate's degrees. Vocational instruction is offered in many areas, including healthcare, creative fields, computer networking, food preparation, and cosmetology. Vocational education is also available in skilled trades, such as heating and air conditioning, plumbing, electrical systems, and automotive repair. Examples of specific vocational classes might include the following: Introduction to Healthcare for nursing, medical assisting, computer network management, word processing applications, office management skills, and food and beverage management. Vocational programs mainly lead to industry skills certificates, either for credit or non-credit, and associate's degrees. Examples of associate's degrees awarded at the end of vocational programs include the Associate of Arts and the Associate of Science, but the most common vocational degree is typically the Associate of Applied Science. The types of credentials offered may vary by the field of study and the institution offering the program. Vocational courses and classes are offered by a number of institutions. Many high schools offer basic vocational education, such as home economics, woodshop, and auto repair. Vocational educational institutions vary by state, but most post-secondary vocational instruction is offered by private career schools. Other institutions offering vocational courses include two-year community colleges, state-owned institutes of technology, and government-operated adult education centers. These public options may offer vocational training to qualified students at no cost. Vocational programs offer a wide variety of courses in many different fields, including healthcare, office management, and food preparation, that can help someone earn a specific certification or associate's degree.
All right. I have another one. Hang on.
When you're thinking about your future in education, it can be overwhelming trying to pick the right school. You might be looking at colleges that offer four-year degree programs, thinking that is your best option. You may even think you'll get a better job and possibly earn a higher income with a bachelor's degree. But what you should consider is a vocational school. It has a lot to offer with a wide range of programs and various benefits. If you're not already thinking about going to a vocational school, then here are some of the reasons that you may change your mind. Price. As you know, the cost of college can be very expensive. While a four-year college degree can cost $80,000 to $100,000 or more, you can finish your trade school program for much less. Unless you're coming from a wealthy family or receiving a full scholarship, you're likely looking at student loans. Why be in debt for years, drowning in all that interest when you can get great training from a vocational school for much less? Finish faster. Another huge advantage to trade school training is that you're fast-tracked through. While college spends a lot of time on theory, vocational schools typically focus on what you'll need in the job market. Traditional colleges usually require outside courses from your main program to earn credits and complete your degree. These can be a lot of extra work and eat up your study time. And if you drop them or fail, you risk not graduating on time. Trade school programs offer what you need and focus on real life skills you'll need to get the job you want. Smaller classes. Sitting in a lecture hall with 100 other students can make you feel like just another student. It's easy to blend in and disappear, and it's easy to become distracted and bored. The smaller classes at your technical school mean you're participating in the activity, get one-to-one training, and you have the chance to ask questions. You'll learn from your fellow students. Vocational school means jobs. The best way to learn your trade is to do it. Trade schools are set up to give you hands-on training and experience. Whether it's HVAC or healthcare, you are given real-life situations and problem-solving opportunities you just don't get in a strictly academic setting. When people go to a traditional college for their education, they may be prepared for entry-level positions in their area, but learning from a trade school can give students enough training to start work where it matters. Practical training. This is the perfect way to apply your new skills and get real-life training. As these are conducted in a controlled environment, you'll receive feedback from your site supervisor, from your school instructor, and perhaps other people in your workplace. Get your trade on. One more advantage of vocational school training is that your training is usually focused on careers in demand, which means you'll have skills that'll never be out of fashion or obsolete. You can upgrade your skills as needed, but your training will lead you to work in the field. Furthering your education is always a great idea. So if you have your heart set on a particular occupation, check out a trade school first. You may be pleasantly surprised to find you can get your training in the trades or in healthcare faster for a lot less money and still come out with a job. For more information or to get started for admission online, just contact us. We're always here to help, so stop by our site today.
Okay. And of course, they're gonna try to sell you their own particular program. Hang on. Everyone doing okay? Just give me a thumbs up. Let me know you're still there. You've not run away on me. All right. Okay, Nafisa. Yep, Abdusalam. Cool. All right, let me set this one up. I'll just play them all and then we'll talk about them and move on to the next. Rashid, you there? You there? Rashid and Omar, are you guys there?
Yes.
All right. Cool. Okay. Thank you, guys. Trade school, why you should consider it. Let's go.
Are you feeling pressure to make a decision about your future? Have you considered trade school? It's becoming more and more popular among graduates and others looking to pave a new career path, especially with the cost of college tuition rising. But what is trade school and why should you choose it over a traditional college? Well, we've got those answers for you here. Trade school. Trade school, or sometimes called vocational school or career college, is a school that teaches a particular trade, unlike a traditional college that carries a broad range of degrees and programs. Vocational schools focus on the trade you choose, often with hands-on training. Examples of some programs offered by trade schools include HVAC technicians, electrician, medical assistant, cybersecurity, construction trades, and more. Is it for you? If you've recently graduated high school and aren't sure about a four-year university, then trade school is a good option. It's faster and overall less expensive than a four-year university. For adults, vocational schools are perfect for those who want a career change without spending time in a four-year college or university, or they want to enter the workforce after a lengthy hiatus. The flexibility of class schedules is attractive to adults who have families and full-time positions. Vocational school is also beneficial for those who want more education in their field or to advance in their skills. Before you entertain vocational school, ask your employer if they provide on-the-job training. Also, find out if they have a tuition reimbursement program. Trade school versus college. The major difference between trade school and a traditional college is cost. On average, a four-year degree could cost a student $127,000, excluding the financing costs, or more for an in-state college and almost double that amount for an out-of-state institution. On the other hand, the price of a vocational school is about a fourth of the average college tuition, or about $30,000 to $40,000, depending on the industry of study. Landing a job can also be easier after graduation from a vocational school because the skills you will obtain are specific to the trade. Many traditional college graduates are finding it difficult to land a training-related job. Another key difference between trade school and traditional college is the length of time. A student will spend roughly 4 years completing a college degree, whereas the length of a vocational school is typically around 1 to 2 years. And while the potential for earning more with a traditional college degree is still considered good, a graduate from a vocational school can land a job in their chosen field with a median annual salary of over $35,000. Choosing a trade school. If trade school sounds like the right path for you, then the first thing you'll want to do is choose your area of focus. Then you'll want to make sure you choose a trade school that's accredited. Accreditation is important because it ensures the learning facility follows standards relating to curriculum and faculty. This ensures the legitimacy of your degree or certificate. Also, consider the school's reputation and its graduation rate. Don't forget to find out the cost of each school you're considering either. Lastly, ask about job placement services, class sizes, and labs offered. Choosing a career is an exciting and intimidating process, but vocational schools can make that process easier. If you're ready to apply, visit us today so we can help train you in your.
All right, again, they're gonna try to sell you their own particular program, but we're not here for that. So just to round it all up, same information being presented to you in different ways. I just wanted to put it out there. I'm not necessarily trying to gear you. We're not trying to gear you towards one or the other. We just want you to know that there are options out there. And maybe you can be the sounding board for a friend of yours that you know is maybe interested in certain fields. I know most of your parents want you all to go to four-year colleges and maybe even some of the top universities at that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you as a student who's going to be the one entering into this four-year universities and colleges needs to know which best suits you. Is this the area you really want to get into? Or if it's not, you need to start having those conversations and also doing your own research so you know what options you have out there. Any questions about vocational schools? Any questions? No questions, everything's perfectly fine. You understand everything, okay. So we're going to move on to discussing the United States Armed Forces. I want your cameras on. I want to ask some questions before we delve into it. So how many arms of services do we have under the United States Armed Forces? Any guesses?
I think we have like 6 of them.
Okay, maybe 6, all right. Can you name some of them? Abdul Salam? Give me one, just one.
Marine Corps.
The Marine Corps, okay. Omar, what's another one?
Wait.
Space Force something?
Space Force, the newest one, interesting. Rashid, name one.
Space. He said the Space Force, right?
Yeah, Omar says Space Force.
Marine.
Abdul Salam said Marine, right?
Navy. Was that already said?
Navy. Rashida.
Air Force.
Air Force. How about you, Nafisa?
I was about to say that, dang it. What other type of force is, wait, Air Force?
The most common one. Which one is that?
Wait, I need to think.
Say it again, Omar.
Can I say it? The last
Go
one.
ahead, Omar.
Army.
Oh, yeah, the
Army.
Army.
Yes, and then there are 2 more. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The last 2 are Coast Guard and the National Guard. You guys know about the Coast Guard? Yeah, and then National Guard. We'll read a little bit about them. This is not my strongest suit. I don't know a whole lot about the armed forces. I can only share that I did take junior ROTC in high school for 4 years. at High Point High School. Gosh, that was a long time ago. And it was the Air Force Junior ROTC. So it was really nice to learn about what the Air Force had to offer. We had a lot of field trips to the Andrews Air Force Base. We went to quite a few formal gatherings. We did some boot camp activities. I was on the drill team. So it was, and that served as my extracurricular activity actually, which looked really good on my college resumes when I was applying. So that's certainly something to take advantage of if your high school is offering it. And junior ROTC does not bind you to anything. It's just really to introduce you to the armed forces. And different schools will have different arms of the armed forces that's available there. All right, so we're gonna do, I found this information on the government's defense website. We'll go through this. Hang on. All right, everyone can see my screen. All right, so we have, they actually have 6 SEALs here, like I said. We've got the Army, which is the most common one that you hear about most of the time, the Marine Corps, the Navy, Air Force, Space Force, which is the newest addition. I actually don't quite know exactly what they do. We have the Coast Guard and the National Guard. So let's go. Army, Nafisa, read that.
Army, the largest and oldest service in the U.S. military. The Army provides the ground forces that protect the United States.
So yeah, these are the people that you see, typically the foot soldiers who fight the wars. And again, it's the oldest, which makes sense because they're the the basic battles were fought by the Army in the United States. All right, so next one, let's see who's there. Omar, read this.
Marine Corps, a component of the Department of Navy. The Marine Corps maintains amphibious and ground units for contingency and combat operations.
Oh, so apparently it's part of the Navy. It's like a department in the Navy. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Pardon me?
Yeah, Marine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay, so that's one of them, Marine Corps. And next, let's have Abdusalam.
The Navy, on, above, and below the water. The Navy is America's forward deployed force and is a major deterrent to aggression around the world.
Okay, that's interesting to say because so when you hear about the U.S. having a ship based in so waters, these are the people that are there, the Navy, and they typically are in strategic locations. So yes, they're to intimidate also and to deter others from messing with the U.S. All right, next, Rashid, can you read this? Go ahead, Rashid.
Sorry, my thing is in the way.
Okay.
My list is in the way. Sorry. The Air Force provides rapid, flexible, and lethal air and space capacity that could deliver forces anywhere in the world within hours.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, obviously Air Force, they're in the air, they do all the flights and stuff. And like I shared with you, I did junior ROTC, which was Air Force. We did go on a few of this flights with not real life, but real life flights, but not in real war zone areas of stuff, but the airplanes that were used in various war zones. And it's quite interesting, very techy, very advanced. So that was interesting for me. All right, Space Force. Let's have Rashida.
The Space Force organizes, trains, and equips space forces in order to protect U.S. and allied interests in space and to provide space capabilities to join the joint force.
So that's, like I said, it's still very new. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to find out some more about this particular arm of the armed forces. All right, and not lastly, we have the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard provides law and maritime safety enforcement, marine and environmental protection, and military naval support. Part of the Department of Homeland Security during peacetime, the Coast Guard operates under the Navy during times of war. This is interesting. So, when we have things like hurricane in areas like, the example that comes to mind is Hurricane Katrina, which was huge. The Coast Guard will be deployed to go help with the cleanup and safety. And then the National Guard comprises of the Army National Guard and Air National Guard. The National Guard is a versatile force supporting combat missions, domestic emergencies, humanitarian efforts, homeland security operations, and more. So very similar to the National Guard, but the Coast Guard, I believe, works more coastal areas, and National Guard more on land, and maybe even in the air. Yeah, in the air as well. All right, so those are the arms of the different parts of the armed forces. As you all proceed in your high school career and on to maybe vocational schools or colleges and universities, one of the things you'll come across would be recruiters, because the U.S. Armed Forces are a volunteer organization, unless in wartime, where they have drafts, but typically it's a volunteer organization, which means they don't force you to, it's not mandatory for you to serve. There will be, I don't know if you guys know of some countries. I remember Egypt, for example, every Egyptian is required to serve in their military. And so you have to give the government a certain number of years. I think typically maybe a year of military service. That's not the case in the US. It's volunteer. So they're always recruiting people into the military. So you may come across them as early as your high school career, where they come to schools, especially when you have career days, to tell you a bit more about this branch of the military, and tell you what they do, what they have to offer to you, and just to kind of give you information and get you to start thinking about it. One of my biggest advice to you is please don't sign to join anything until you've talked to your parents. We don't want to wake up the next day like, oh, you what? Just make sure you discuss it with your parents and family to make sure that it's the best decision for you. Typically, you have to be 18 anyway, 16 or 18 anyway, to sign up for it. So somehow they'll find out if you do it when you're not of age. We can ask Brother Hamza for more specific information about that. But I want to share with you kind of like a video of a recruiter speaking to. It says speaking to an Army recruiter. So questions to ask a recruiter. A military recruiter can help answer questions about service, which can provide positive and also realistic assessment of the opportunities that they have to offer. Again, the military does have a lot to offer. They have immediate offerings. You basically get a job, you get training and all this good stuff. And also some that are, not so immediate, like after you've done so many years of service, maybe when it's time for you want to start a business, they may be able to give you like certain types of loans and stuff like that and help you. So they have some perks attached to service. Recruiters from multiple service branches may share a location, and you should feel free, encouraged to speak to more than one recruiter. Parents should also feel comfortable talking to their recruiters. It's a recruiter's job to address concerns and provide quality information to those interested in serving and those that choose to sign on. So I'm gonna share this with you all once again. My screen. Make this large.
My name is Staff Sergeant Adam Folger, and I am the station commander of the Waltham Recruiting Station. When an applicant first comes in for an initial appointment, the first thing I ask them after we talk for a little bit and I try to get to know the applicant is I ask them what their short and long-term goals are, where they see themselves 5-10 years from now, what their, if you could have the ideal job in life, what would it be? And then I try to explain to them exactly what the Army does, active duty and reserves, and see if either one is a good fit for them.
My name is Chris Janis. I've been talking to the Army about joining as a bridge crew member. It's been something I've been interested in for the past 5 years or so.
Hi, my name is Sergeant First Class William Maldonado, and I'm a U.S. Army recruiter, also reserve recruiter here in Waltham.
When we make the appointment, I have all my recruiters do this, is I have them tell the applicant over the phone before they come in to write down any questions that are important to them, so that way they don't forget them when they do come in. It's a lot different talking over the phone. They might not be as nervous. They haven't met us yet. And they come in and they forget all the questions that they wanted to ask.
They want to know about travel, where they can go, where they might be sent. Education benefits. A lot of people come in here with student loans that need to be repaid, and the Army could be an option for that. So there's a number of questions people ask us.
I had an idea of where I wanted to go, what I wanted to do with the Army. So it was just a matter of understanding exactly what all of my options were, and making sure that I was making the best decision for myself.
Come in here prepared, write down a list of questions of what that job might entail. And we also ask them to write down pros and cons of coming into the Army, and then we help them through making a choice.
I encourage them to go home and talk to family members, significant others. In most cases, I will suggest that for the follow-up appointment, they have their significant other whose opinion means the most to them to come in with them, or I go sit with them at their house or wherever they'd like to meet. So that way they have that extra support, added support, knowing that the decision that they're making to enlist will be the right one.
We're moving at a pace that I'm comfortable with. And I think that the recruiters are able to kind of read and judge what each person needs and understand, how to work with each individual person, so that, we're comfortable with the process and we're only doing things when we're ready to do them.
From the time an applicant enlists, the day they sign their contract till the day that they ship to basic training, they're in what's called the Future Soldier Program. During that time, we're going to work with them and get them ready for basic training, whether it be for doing physical training, push-ups, runs, sit-up, exercise, things of that nature. And then we have some classes that we can help them work on that will help get them promoted. They can earn a promotion while they're in the Future Soldier Program.
The whole thing has been a much more pleasant experience than I expected it to be. And I think that's really the most important thing, that the recruiters really show that they want to work with you rather than saying, this is what we've got, this is what you're going to take, which is, I think, what a lot of people expect when they first walk in. So overall, it's been a much easier experience, and they've made the whole thing, from paperwork to taking the test, a pleasant experience overall.
Oh, that's it. All right, that's it. So what are your thoughts, guys? What did you learn from the short videos and a little bit that we read? One of the, go ahead, Abdusalam.
So like the Army recruiters are basically there to help you discover what options you have when it comes to the Army, maybe paying off some loans you got from college, or better education benefits for you.
Right. Did that surprise you that they actually have educational benefits. So it's not just about them recruiting you to go and fight battles in some kind of whatever country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's important to note because that's one of the major things that folks look into. Thanks. Anything else? Omar, what struck you from this? Can't see your face very well, sir.
Maybe the part that how he's going at his own pace.
Okay, going at his own pace, so not feeling like they're forcing you to do anything. One of the things that really struck me is the advice to write things down. Remember, you guys, we talked about this on our trip. So that that journal that you were given, please make good use of it. You're not going to remember everything you're learning. You're not going to remember even, and this is just basic life skills. Whenever you're going to meet up with someone, don't think you're going to remember that whole spiel of questions that was, just circling in your head. I have my trusted notebook that I carry all the time, and I write things down all the time in it. Another thing he mentioned was having asking the person being recruited, what are your 5-year plans, your goals, and also what are your 10-year goals? I know you guys are young. Your 5-year goal is probably let me finish high school and then maybe college or something. But it's important to start thinking about it. Now, you personally are not held to whatever those 5 or 10-year goals are. I'm not going to come back and say, Omar, 5 years ago, you said you're going to do X, Y, Z, because things will change along the way. But what's important is that you're putting in the work to really think about your future, to really think about, what would I possibly want to get to? So when you have an end point, you can now plan to get there. So if your 5-year goal is, okay, I want to go to a university, a particular university. Well, starting from day one today, it's going to help determine what steps you're going to take. You're going to start taking certain kinds of classes. You're going to start engaging in certain types of extracurricular activities or volunteer activities and things like that, right? So your 5-year goal and your 10-year goals are important. And I think at some point, inshallah, we'll have a session around that and really start doing those goals, putting down those goals and outlining things you would need to complete, what different small steps you need to complete in order to get to that goal. He also asked, what's the ideal job? So let me ask you, Rashid, what's your ideal job in the future?
I haven't really thought of it, but I think it has something to do with cleaning.
Something with cleaning?
Yeah, I'm really good at that.
Okay. Hey, maybe you'll own a business a cleaning business or a cleaning supply. Cleaning supplies, mixing the solutions and selling us something that's like a miracle cleaner. Who knows? So that's a place to start. How about you, Nafisa? What's kind of like your ideal job?
My mom wants me to be a doctor or whatever, but I'm still thinking about doing something in the medical field, but now I'm thinking about doing something in the film industry.
Okay, interesting.
Being a director.
Okay.
Or an actress.
So now that you're in 8th grade, right? You're going to 8th grade. You really, in order for you to try to narrow it down, because medical field and the film industry are very far apart, 2 different things. Oh, they could be very similar, because you could be directing films about medical shows like Grey's Anatomy or something. Hey, you never know. So yeah, you certainly want to start looking into maybe classes. I took a drama class in 11th grade or so. So maybe you want to do that a little earlier. Look into see if you have drama class, or even if there's a club, an after school club that you can join, a drama club,
Oh, yeah.
to see, oh, is this something I like? Do I have an affinity for this? Yeah. Let's see, who else? Rashida, so what's your ideal job?
I don't know.
You don't know, and that's fine. That's fine not to know. When you're honest with yourself and you don't really know, it kind of opens you up to wanting to explore. And again, it could change completely. It could change completely. Omar, what's your ideal job?
I don't know, but I don't know like a specific job, but I do know that I want to like work for myself.
You want to work for yourself, so maybe an entrepreneur of sorts.
Mhm.
Okay. And working for yourself is not really, it's not limited to just that either. You could own franchises of stores. You could start a business and then hand it off to someone else to manage for you. So people are actually working for you. So different ways of getting into this. Abdusalam, what is your ideal job?
Neuroradiologist.
Oh, you have narrowed it down. How did you narrow it down? Put your camera on. I need to see this. I need to see you. So how did you come about that?
I did research. I just tried to find a job that I would like the most, like something I could fit into.
Okay, where did you do your research? How did you research it?
Basically, I try to find like, because I wanted to do something in that had to do with neuroscience, but something also that was a doctor, not necessarily a researcher, but more of a doctor to help.
Like a medical doctor?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, you've gone far, but then again, you're heading to the 11th grade. So I definitely expect that of you. That's excellent. So now that you know that, what are some ways that you think you can prepare for it?
Well, I could do, I could like, maybe do some assignments, like maybe some research, something to get my thinking started towards that direction.
Okay.
So that I have like maybe somewhat of a general idea of what it is, so
Mhm.
that when I get to college, I don't have that much of a hard time.
Yeah, you can start taking courses. And, I'll encourage your parents to look into courses outside of just school. My kids take this, of course, they're homeschooled, so it's a little different for them, but they take courses from it's called OutSchool, which, you can take at different times of the day, where they're learning different things. I have my 6-year-old in an anatomy and physiology course that's appropriate for his age group. So he's learning about the nerves, the skeletal system, like the different systems in the body, which is cool. Just to introduce him to the idea, then that's how you kind of start to think, oh, is this something I'm interested in pursuing? Is it something I'm really into? So I would encourage you to do that and continue to do the research online. There's some free courses online. We have to put together that resource for you guys, that you can just, log into, take the classes, learn about the different areas. So thanks for sharing that. That's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
So with the military, and then, the military is also still very much a possibility for that as well. When I was thinking about the military at some point in my life, I was thinking about being a military doctor. So I wanted to go to med school through the Air Force or the was it Navy? Norwich University, one of those. It's been a while. So he also mentioned active duty versus reserve. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I hope that the guest speaker will be able to really help us understand the difference. I believe, in my very limited knowledge, that the active duty officers are those who will be called upon, who are actively working out there, if we have any kind of engagement with another country or so, or region, they'll be out there. And then the reserves are those who are called on when there's an emergency. That's what I think. And also another thing is officers versus, I don't know what the other would be, but officers typically are those who have more education. So you could still, people can join the military after undergraduate, after they've gotten their bachelor's degree, they join and they're joining, and then I think they would have had to take ROTC in college, and they'll join as a second lieutenant or something like that, like a higher ranking officer. So just know that there are different levels in the military. Everyone is not just an active duty officer. They have doctors in there. They have people in the law, because sometimes the court martial folks, so you have to have those with law degrees there. Accountants, pharmacists, nurses, cooks, because they have to eat on the ship, right? You have to have those who are cooking your food, mechanics, those to fix the airplane, the ships, or whatever equipments they have. So they have a wide range of occupations in the military. What else do I have here? I think that's about all I have. What we can do is, because our guest speaker is not due to come until around 11:15 or so. So which will eat into our break, because if he starts talking to us at that time, we'll have time for a break. So let's go ahead and take maybe a break until 11 o'clock. And then we'll come back, reconvene, and Brother Hamza should be back. And also the guest speaker should be here shortly. So you guys have any questions about the military, please write them down so we can ask the speaker to speak on that. Any other questions, thoughts that come to mind? No, Abdulsalam says no. Everyone else good? All right, so I'm going to put the timer on for what? That's 18 minutes now. So we'll see you at 11 o'clock, inshallah. Okay, so just mute yourselves. Thank you, guys. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Razak. You are sideways. There you go. And you're muted, so I can't hear you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. Can you just put in the chat your name so I know you're here? Okay, Abdulsalam is here. Thank you. Rashid is here. Where is Omar? Where is Nafisa? Okay, I see Omar's face. Nafisa, Rashida. Oh, that was Rashida. She's here too. All right, cool. How about Nafisa? All right, I see. So welcome back, guys. We have our guest speaker, Brother Razak Kadiku, with us. I'm sorry, brother, I don't have like a proper intro for you, but I guess you will introduce yourselves to us. So go ahead and take it away.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Abdurazak Kadiku. I recently finished up my 4 years in the Marine Corps. I don't know if you guys know which branch I'm in, but that's the only branch that I can speak on personally. So how many people here are interested in actually joining the military? Where do I see like the chat box or?
You should be able to see the chat box. You can't see it?
Oh, I see.
Okay. All right.
Somebody said none.
Okay. Well, that could be because they don't know much about it. So. You are muted, brother. I'm so sorry. You muted yourself again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. It's kind of a broad subject to just speak on. Is there anything that you guys want to know?
Well, we can start from why you were interested in the Marine Corps and kind of like your journey, how you got into it. Were you recruited? Did you go in as an officer? I know a little bit, but not a whole lot. But this will be their first real like introduction into it.
Okay. So me personally, why I ended up joining the Marine Corps was because at the time when I was graduating, I didn't know what I wanted to do in school. And, everybody says that you can go to school for 2 years and then figure out your major then. But I was 18 years old at the time. And, I didn't think that going to school without a plan would have been beneficial to me, especially financially. Some people go to school just to go to school because that's what, is pretty much the norm. But I didn't want to follow that same path as everybody else. And I also knew that if I did want to go to school, it would end up being free because the military would pay for it. I was recruited out of Maryland, Hyattsville, Maryland. The journey itself was a good one. So I joined for a lot of different reasons, aside from, not knowing what I wanted to do. I wanted to travel, which I have. I've been to Japan, I've been to Thailand. I've lived in California for the last 3 years, for free because, they pay for all your housing. So it's been a pretty good experience. I know a lot of people, like when they think military, they think everything is super strict. They're worried about their freedom and stuff like that. Like I'll tell people I'm at the movies and they're just like, wait, you can leave base? You're not a prisoner? And I'm like, that's not how things work. Whatever you guys can do, I can do too. It can be tough if you are depending on where you get stationed. If you are very family oriented, and you have to be away from your family. But if you have that mental fortitude, there shouldn't be a reason why, you don't succeed. You're not enjoying yourself. You meet so many people across the world. You end up having family literally everywhere because people come from all walks of life that you'll meet. People that you think that you never talk to in your life, you become best friends with. It's insane. And it's not just like a relationship when you're in high school where you're only talking to somebody because you see them 5 times a week, It's people that you'll continue to talk to for the rest of your life because you've been through so much together.
So I have a question about what was basic training like?
Basic training. So if you've played a sport in high school, I can tell you that whatever you did in that sport was worse than what you'll ever do in the military, in my opinion, personally. They'll hype it up telling you that, it's the hardest thing you ever do in your life. No, it's not. The running you do at basketball practice, whatever you do at track practice, wrestling practice, will put you through more than what you're going to do at basic training. The requirements are so low that almost anybody can meet them. I'm telling you. Unless you can't.
I want to hear about some experiences of basic training. What was that actually like? Like, what was basic training actually like? Tell me about it. I've never been, so I want to know what it is.
Okay, so day one, you go to Parris Island, which is where I went, which is in South Carolina. You go through on a bus. You get there, you put your head down because they don't want you to know where the island is when you're a recruit. You get your drill instructors at first, these big buff guys that are Marines that are like, they try not to be human, you know what I'm saying? They're like robots because they have to, I don't want to say break you down, but they have to take away all your bad habits that you had as a civilian, They're yelling at you, you have to yell back at them. Whatever, they'll IT you, which stands for like intensely train you for a few minutes at a time, which doesn't sound that bad until you're actually doing it, You're doing push-ups, you're doing jumping jacks, you're doing squats, all this stuff. You guys do physical training it's not even every day that you do it, honestly. maybe like 3 times a week, aside from getting, IT every single day. You wake up at, I think, like 4 in the morning, but you have 8 hours of sleep every night. So by 8, you're in sleep, you're in your bed, lights off, and then you wake up by 4. It doesn't feel like you have 8 hours of sleep every night though. There's no matter what you do, you're always gonna be tired. You have to go through a gas chamber, which was pretty bad. At boot camp, the gas chamber is pretty bad. You have to do swim qualification. Me personally, in Maryland, I know we don't swim a lot, so I struggled with that a lot. That was probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do personally, because I had actually got dropped for it. So basically, like, I got held back, my class graduated without me, and I had to graduate with the next cycle. What else? The food is really good. I mean, like, top tier food that you'll eat at boot camp. That, in my opinion, you don't have a lot of time to eat it though, but it tastes good. What else is there? Let me see. Boot camp.
I'm curious, what was the worst part of boot camp for you? Like, in terms of, you did say gas chamber. I know the gas chamber sucks. I wish I had some videos so I could show them what that's like. But what were the worst parts of basic training for you?
Definitely swim qual, because I couldn't swim. So like learning to relax in the water is like the mental toll it takes on you is kind of crazy. They told me that if I were to get dropped again, that I would get sent home. You know what I'm saying? Like, to go home, and that's a lot of things. So a lot of things while you're at boot camp can get you dropped or sent home. So like when you have to shoot your rifle qualification, you can get dropped, like, let's say you have your weapon and you like accidentally point it at somebody, they'll drop you, you'll be a safety violator. And to know that you've been through so much, at boot camp, because like you don't have your phone either. The only way you can contact your family is through letter. And, you're not going to get letters every single day, So you do have to have that mental fortitude for 3 months, because the Marine Corps does have the longest boot camp. And yeah, so that fear of failing is what's going to get you through it though. At least that's what got me through it. The gas chamber was pretty bad. So once you actually join the Marine Corps, you finish boot camp, you go through your job school. The gas chambers you do in the workforce is a lot easier. They only put you through that in boot camp because I really don't know. They just want to make your experience bad. But other than that, everything else is pretty sweet.
So what is the gas chamber like exactly? Like, what happened when you went in?
So you walk into the gas chamber, everybody hugs the wall, fills up the room as much as possible. You have your gas mask on. You walk in, they tell you to break the seal on your gas mask. So you get 2 fingers, you put them inside your gas mask so that the CS gas can come in, the tear gas. So they want to make sure that everybody understands that your gas masks work, So you're supposed to hold your breath, but they're not going to start the time until everybody breaks that seal. So if you have one person in there, they can mess it up for everybody. So once you break the seal, they say, all right, put your gas mask back on. You have to clear your gas mask. You blow out. No, my fault. You suck in and blow out the 2 tubes right here just to make sure that you can breathe, and it'll filter out the air for you. Once you do that, everybody does that, you can walk out. Most people run out because they've already breathed in the air, but that's what that is. And at boot camp, they can make you go over and over and over and over. So
that sounds really easy. That didn't sound hard. What made it hard?
If you breathe in the air, it makes it hard.
If you breathe in the gas.
Yeah.
So did you see anybody breathe in the gas, and what happened when they did?
They started crying. They started crying. So in boot camp, you'll definitely get sick. But once you, like I'm telling you, whole face covered in snot, like tears and snot everywhere. It'll clear out your sinuses though, most definitely. I've never seen grown men cry like that before. Like there was this one dude, he was like 28 years old going through, which there's nothing wrong with because, some people join later than others, but most people are, like 18 when they join. 28-year-old man, they're like, oh yeah, you're going back in, you're going back in. Grown man brought him to his knees, started crying. He's like, I don't want to go, I don't want to go. He still went back in. It was a terrible experience.
So is it just that it makes you cry and snot come out, or does it burn or hurt? Does it hurt at all?
It burns your eyes, most definitely. Other than that, nah, it's fine. And then you're supposed to walk around in a circle, but like the air, the amount of capsules that they use in the chamber are still going to affect you on the outside. So it's one of those things you have to endure.
Gotcha. So after basic training was over, what happened after basic training? After you graduated from basic training, what was next for you?
So after basic training, they give you 10 days to go home, see your family, friends, 10 days of leave, basically, because you get 2.5 days every month. So they give you your 10 days. After your 10 days, you go straight to your MOS. Oh, no, you go straight to Marine combat training, a lot, which is another 30 days. Again, you don't have your phone. It's basically like being in the field for 30 days or being on a field out for 30 days. And what that means is you're sleeping outside every day. You're in a tactical environment, simulated, of course, to make it seem as if you were in combat. So you understand the ins and outs of what to do in a war zone, basically.
You said that's 30 days long?
Yes, sir.
Is there any challenges with that? Like when you're staying outside the entire 30 days, or how does that work?
So you're inside sometimes, but they give you a squad bay where there's like beds and stuff like that, but you're not in there every single day. The entire day you're out, you know what I'm saying? You're not eating in a cafeteria anymore either. You're eating what are called MREs, which stands for meal ready to eat, which is like this food that's been preserved for forever. They last for like 5-10 years. The meals in there aren't too bad if you're not expecting too much, if that makes sense. MCT, they teach you basic military tactics, like what to do on a patrol, what to do if you're like guarding an embassy, rules of engagement, stuff like that.
Gotcha. So after Marine combat training, you did what? And you say Marine combat training is what it's called? Okay.
Correct.
All
MCT.
Right. So what
short.
did you do after Marine combat training?
So directly after Marine combat training, you go to MOS school. MOS stands for Military Occupational Specialty. It's just a fancy word for your job, which is basically like the trade school that you go to. Me personally, I went to Fort Lee, Virginia, which is an Army base, or it's a joint base because every branch is on there. But I was an ammunition technician specialist, or AMOTech for short. My job was I managed the distribution, transportation, storage, and handling of all ammunition. The only ammunition that I didn't deal with was like artillery. Everything else, anything you'd see in Call of Duty, you know what I'm saying? That was me. That was me.
That's funny. So you went to Fort Lee, Virginia for training for ammunitions. And then after, how long was that school?
My school was 41 days, but I was there from January 31st to May 8th of 2018. When you're at MOS school, things are, that's the first time that you go back to a less strict life. So you have your phone every single day. You have liberty or freedom. So you can go to the movies again. You can, if you're not in class, you're on base doing whatever you want to do. On the weekends, they let you go off base. You can explore, live a normal life. The only thing is that you can't have a car, but that's only because the school's only 41 days. So they don't want people going, because, you know, before joining, people or children, or they never had, you know, like a real job or been on their own before. So some people go kind of crazy with their money, especially when they know they can get a credit card. You know, I've seen people go into a lot of debt. So that's just one of the things that they put in place so that people don't go crazy with their money.
Okay. So at this point, from the time you left to go to basic training until the time MOS school was over, how long of a period is that? That whole basic training, combat training, and then MOS school?
So I went to basic training in September of 2017. I finished, what's it called? MOS school in May of 2018. So it was less than a year.
Okay, all of it less than a year. Okay.
Yep.
For all three phases, and then from there, where did you go?
From there, wait, hold on. So when it comes to MOS school, depending on your MOS, it will depend on how long, will determine how long you're at MOS school. So there's some MOS schools that are 6 months. I have a 4-year contract, which is why my schooling was so short. Some people will go to school for like almost a year. So that's why they have 5-year contracts, just to clear that up. But after I finished with my school, I wanted to go to Japan because I wanted to travel. My instructor was like, how do you feel about California? And I was like, well, I chose Japan. And he was like, okay, but how do you feel about California? Like, you're gonna go there because I want you to go there. He was actually helping me out in the long run. I'm thank God I didn't get stationed in Japan. Yeah. So I get to Japan.
It's funny the decisions we make when we're 18 that we
yeah
great decisions, and then 2 years later you're like, what was I thinking? Like, why would I?
Yeah. I actually did get to go to Japan, but I'll get into that. Yeah. So he sent me. So if I would have went to Japan, I would have been a GP kind of guy. So there would have been, I would have worked in an area where it's only Emotech. So it's kind of hard to stand out when everybody around you is doing the same job, you know? So they put me in a specific unit where I was a subject matter expert, you know? Clearly I'm coming straight out of school, so I don't know much because nothing beats on the job experience, you know? So I'm a private first class at this point, which is in E2. I get to the fleet and I don't know how to do my job. I had a corporal, which is in E4. He was 2 ranks ahead of me, who taught me, you know, the ins and outs. The first thing they told me when I got there, a sergeant told me, he was like, big boy rules, you know? At that point, you're completely free. You are a normal person again, you know? You get off work, you can leave base, you can go party, you can do whatever you want, as long as you're at work the next day when you're supposed to be, you know? When it comes to physical fitness, I know people think that the military is crazy, but depending on whatever section you're in will determine how much you guys are, you know, putting in physically. I know a lot of people try to depend on military physical training to keep them in shape, but you do have to be self-dedicated to actually make sure that you're
working
out. Yeah.
Because like you said earlier, you're not doing PT every day necessarily, depending on what unit you go to, who's in charge of you. Some people are really gun-ho about, hey, we're running 5 miles every single day. And some people are like, all right, man, just make sure you don't get fat, you know, make sure you're taking care of yourself.
Exactly.
We have a PT test coming up in 6 months or in 3 months. Just make sure you're ready for it. I'm not going to be on top of you every day. You just need to make sure you're doing your thing. And if you fail, then now we got a problem. Now that means I got to be on top of you, and I got to make sure you're working out every day and doing those things. But otherwise, like you said, it's a regular job. It becomes a regular job. It's a 9 to 5. You wake up in the morning, you go to work. At the end of the day, you leave work. You do what you want to do. Same thing the next day. It works that way every day until the weekend. The weekend you're off, you know, most parts until something else happens. But yeah, but go ahead.
One of the things that I don't think that people give the military enough credit for is the fact that when you go somewhere, you're living there for free. So I lived in California for 3 years for free. Like, they'll give you a room, of course, you'll have a roommate. It's always 2 to a room when you actually hit the fleet. That roommate that you'll have will probably be your lifelong friend. You guys will go through, it's usually somebody that's within your section. So it's somebody that you actually work with, somebody that you're going to see every day. I've done a lot since I've been in California. The beaches are, so California has made me a little bougie in the sense that I'm from Maryland. So, it snows over there. I like the cold because I like cold weather fashion, right? But I don't actually like to be cold. I don't like to be cold. So California weather, top tier. It barely rains here. It gets cold, but not cold like it would anywhere on the East Coast. You know what I mean? But that's only because like the sea breeze and whatever. But it's nothing compared to what we deal with back there. What else? The traffic here kind of sucks. Everything's pretty far. So like I'm driving an hour to do activities that, I want to do. San Diego is about an hour away. LA is about an hour to an hour 30, depending on traffic. But here, like, the world is your oyster and the possibilities are endless. I went jet skiing like 2 weeks ago. I went bungee jumping like 3 weeks ago. Like you just want to live life out here, man. You take advantage of all the opportunities of that.
So you say you live for free housing and free food, right?
Correct.
All right. So what does the housing look like?
I wish I could show you guys. So if you are married or you have a kid, they'll give you, well, not give you a house, but they'll give you extra money so you can have a house. You can choose to live off base or on base. If you live on base, they're going to take all of your BAH, which stands for your basic allowance for housing, because, they're paying for everything if you're living on base. On base, they're actual houses. I've never seen an apartment on base before. Or you can live off base and you're probably going to be living in an apartment because in California, things are pretty expensive, but they give you, a good amount of money for you to live pretty comfortably. Living on base in the barracks though, like if you're single, your room, I'm not going to lie, your room can definitely suck.
It's like a dorm, basically.
Huh?
It's basically like a dorm, I said.
Yeah, it's like a dorm. But if you're in college, I've been to college dorms before, and those rooms are definitely better than, or can be better than what you see in the military. But if you do get blessed with a good room, which I have now, before going to Japan, my room, it sucked, you know what I'm saying? But it was free, so I couldn't complain. After coming back, we switched buildings, and now my room it looks like I live in a hotel.
Is this where you are now or no?
No, I'm at a friend's house right now.
Gotcha.
But he paid for this house with his military VA loan, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. So you were saying after basic, or excuse me, after
MC.
Where did you go?
I went straight to California.
Straight to California. You've been there ever since?
Yes, sir.
Working full time.
Yep.
So what are some of the, you would say, advantages, and what are some of the disadvantages that you've seen as being in the military?
Financial literacy, 100%.
That is an advantage or disadvantage?
Oh, definitely an advantage.
Okay.
You have people set in place for you. They'll give you a financial manager if you want one, but the people above you should be able to, give you the advice necessary to handle your money well. Like I said, some people go crazy when they get a credit card. But if you're in the military, there's no reason you should have bad credit. If you want to buy a car, that's why people end up getting, Camaros and Chargers and Mustangs and all this stuff. But if you want to buy,
They come straight out your check. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. They'll approve you for anything. Some people try and rip you off because they know you're in the military, so they try and give you like a crazy interest rate on your vehicle. But if you bank through Navy Federal, your interest rate should never be more than like 6% if you want to buy a car. And
And the reason, oh, my bad, let me just jump in. The reason that they approve you when you're in the military is because they know you have a guaranteed check coming in. Every 2 weeks, every month, you're going to get paid. They know that the job security is there, at least for the next 4 years. He's not going anywhere. You know, no matter what, he's going to be getting paid. It's not like you working on the outside world where I can quit my job one day, they can fire you another day. With military, it's very hard. You're not getting fired, put it that way. And you're not quitting either. There's no such thing as quitting the military. So they know that they have guaranteed money coming in every 2 weeks. So they're willing to approve you because they know there's money coming in.
Correct. I mean, there are people that can get out early due to like administrative separation or medical separation, but you don't want to go out that way. You know, the only way you should want to get out is after you've served all of your time honorably. Because you can lose benefits if they send you away for something like, so there was one guy, you know, made it through all the training, made it through school, but they ended up kicking him out a few months after joining the actual workforce because of failure to adapt. Like some people, I don't know, they still want to be individuals, you know, they don't understand that they're now part of a bigger picture. And everything, you know, is mission accomplishment driven, you know what I'm saying? So if you are hurting the mission, of course, you know, we're not going to want to keep you here. It does take some time to administratively separate somebody because there's a lot of paperwork that goes into it. But like I said, the only way you should want to get out is, you know, after your 4 years honorably, so you can keep all your benefits.
Absolutely. So you were saying, so some of the other benefits you said, one is financial literacy. And again, guys, if you guys have any questions, feel free to type them in the chat or unmute and ask your question. But you were saying financial literacy is one. Is there any other benefits that you see, that you've seen?
Travel. So one of the reasons I also joined was traveling, because when you talk to a recruiter, they'll give you these little tags, you know what I'm saying? You choose which tags align with your goals, you know what I'm saying? I wanted to travel. So my unit actually deploys every like 1 or 2 years. We went to Japan. So that's why I say I'm glad I didn't get stationed out there, because I got the best of both worlds living in California, but I still got to go to Japan, you know? The thing about Japan is that the weather is terrible, completely terrible. It's super humid. It rains all the time, but it's nice. Huh?
Is this some of the smells?
Yeah, but it's nice to see, you know what I'm saying, how these people live. It's nice to see the different cultures. So one of the things that like blew my mind, I mean, this is nothing crazy, but one of the things that blew my mind about Japan is that there's no trash on the ground. There are no trash cans outside either. But in America, where you have trash cans everywhere is, you know, dirty. The toilets in Japan are super small. I don't understand how I don't know how they use those things. It's crazy. The people are pretty, depending on where you are, they can be pretty inviting or pretty anti towards you. Yeah. The food is super good. You can't get a car if you're in Japan unless you are an E6, I believe. That's when they give you a lot more responsibility, I would say. So you're taking taxis everywhere, which can get expensive. The clubs in Japan are pretty cool if you like to party. They have tournaments in place set for you, like sports stuff. So, you know, you can keep busy. What else is there? There are certain restrictions in Japan just because there have been a lot of incidences in the past. So when you're in Japan, you have to be back by 1 o'clock every single day.
1 a.m. or 1?
1 a.m.
Wow.
Just to make sure that, you know, because nothing good happens past 1 a.m. You know, that's the way they're thinking. What else? You're not going off base Monday through Friday again, just because, you know, you're in international water. So it's like, there has to be certain safety protocols in place for you. So the weekends, you know, you can do whatever you want. Weekdays is pretty much whatever you want on base, but you can go from base to base if you want. And there's different activities depending on whichever base you're on. While I was in Japan, we also went to Thailand. We got on a boat, which isn't really the best because you have your phone when you're on ship, but you don't have service because you're in the middle of nowhere. There's a gym on there. That's where, you know what I'm saying? Like you pretty much have nothing to do because you're on ship. There's not much you can do. So you're probably going to be in the gym a lot. You get fed 4 times a day if you want. There's breakfast, lunch, dinner, and what they call midnight ration. So, you're well fed. You'll probably come off ship, looking a little bigger or a little skinnier, depending on, if you want to just stay in your room or not. You can bring your laptop. People download a whole bunch of movies, have like terabytes worth of movies, you know what I'm saying? So they don't get bored. Books, board games. It's stuff like that where, you're not in contact with the outside world anymore. So you become closer to the people that you're around a lot more.
How long was that ride?
We were on ship for, I think like a month and a half.
Oh my
But that's
God.
because that's nothing. You see, on the different deployment, that was the only deployment where you go on ship for like a month and a half. Every other one, you're on there the entire time. So from like California, we would have sailed to Japan, and you eat, sleep, and do everything on ship for 6 months.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a miserable life.
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
You're basically being deployed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a basic deployment. Wow, that sucks.
But to do it for a month and a half wasn't that bad.
Wow.
Yeah. Thailand though, that's an amazing place. In Thailand, everything is dirt cheap. The people super nice, super welcoming. As soon as you get, so they know you're Americans, because clearly you're gonna stick out. You get there, they're like, oh, come with me. Taxi driver ready for you, has brochures in his car, ready to give you, ready to take you wherever you want to go. They'll stay with you the entire day. They sell a lot of fake stuff out there. If y'all want like some Gucci or some Louis Vuitton, whatever. Hey, it looks real though. It looks real. The activities are great. I went like zip lining. I went through a little jungle course. You can go pet tigers, ATVing, anything you can think of in a foreign country, you can do in Thailand.
That sounds like a great time. Thailand sounds like a great time. I've always wanted. How long were you in Thailand for?
We were in Thailand for I think about 3 weeks, but you only got 3 days. So we did training in Thailand also, because everything, like I said, mission accomplishment. We don't just go places just for fun, So we did a field op in Thailand, and then after the field op was over, they gave us time to go out and explore for 3 days straight. You still come back to the ship every night, for accountability and whatnot. But as soon as that morning hits again, you can go out, explore, do whatever you want.
Nice. That's dope. So what about some of the disadvantages you see?
Disadvantages. I've seen a lot of people. So being in the military is like being in a river, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And I've seen a lot of people swim upstream. So fighting in the military isn't gonna help you in any way, I get it, sometimes we tend to work harder instead of working smarter, which is a big fault of the military, but that's just how it is. I've seen people get unmotivated, and the thing about the military is that, like I said, you can get administratively separated, but it takes a long time. Like you can be a terrible person, like a piece of crap, basically, and you're just gonna be hurting the people around you. And once some people realize, like, hey, I'm doing all this work, he's doing no work, but we're still getting paid the same, it spreads like a cancer. Sometimes you can get sent places that you don't want to go. So that can also impact your morale negatively. What else is there?
I'm curious if you can talk more about that. Like, that idea of, well, two things. Number one, you said we're both getting the same thing in terms of pay, but I'm doing way more. Is that feeling kind of pervasive throughout a lot of the military, or is that just like a, it may happen, it may not kind of situation?
I don't think there's a place that you're gonna go where you're not gonna see that happen. Some people, I mean, like I said, people come from all walks of life. You know, some people just aren't, they don't have that work ethic that everybody has. They get there and they're like, man, I'm still getting paid. Why do I need to do all this work? And you're already doing it. You're making me, like, you're making life easier for me. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much, if you enable someone not to do well, they will. They'll take it and run with it. You know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, you're still getting, if you're the same rank, you're still getting that same pay. And they, what's up?
Do you look at it as, hey, I'm working harder than this person who's the same rank as me in order to maybe get promoted or maybe eventually be a higher rank than that person? Or have you seen it where it doesn't matter how hard you work, some people are going to get promoted and some people aren't?
So the promotion system, in my opinion, is kind of broken. They're trying to change it, but some people would definitely get promoted that didn't deserve it. So when it comes to promotions, it's a point system. So you do all these different things to accumulate points, right? One of the flaws is that they give you points for your time in service. So even if you suck at your job, even if you suck at physical training, if you stay in, you're going to pick up eventually. You know what I'm saying? Unless you keep getting non-recommended, but to non-recommend somebody, there has to be a paper trail of why you're doing this, you know? And a lot of people don't like to fill out paperwork. So a lot of people slip through the cracks, and it sucks because it just hurts the organization, you know? Yeah, what else did you say?
So I was saying, so some people get promoted that don't deserve it, you said, right? Have you seen in your time somebody who you guys came in together and that person got promoted before you when you felt like they didn't deserve to get promoted before you because you work harder, right? You're doing more work physically, because that doesn't count towards points. You don't get points for, hey, I work really hard, right? That doesn't go towards your promotion. So you're working harder than this person on a daily basis, but that person got promoted before you. Have you seen a situation like that? How does that make you feel about the military as a whole?
I have seen a situation like that. That didn't happen to me personally. I actually picked up before all of my peers. But like I said, I was a subject matter expert in my unit, so it made it a lot easier for me to stand out. When people see, so the thing about the military is that rank structure is very important, you know? So when you see somebody that you know you're better than them and they get promoted before you think you're gonna listen to them? No, but you're supposed to, you know, they're supposed to be your leader. They take small unit leadership very seriously. And if you have a junior person that's not listening to the more senior person, you know, you have a problem, even though you probably should be in charge of them. I'm pretty sure you guys have had people in charge of you where you feel like I should be in charge of you, you know, and that's pretty much how that is. Right. But if you do work hard, you know, like you do what you're supposed to do, they can promote you early. Just because it's obvious that you deserve, you know, that promotion before you meet the requirements that you're supposed to regularly.
So I remember a situation when I was in the military. I had a E5 who was in charge of me. I was an E4 at the time. And this guy was a dirtbag. A dirtbag is somebody, we call somebody a dirtbag because they're not good at their job. They're not a good soldier. They don't look the part. They're not good at physical fitness. They're just not great all the way around. So we called him a dirtbag, and this guy we called him a dirtbag. And but he was very excited to be an E5. He was like, you know what? I'm in charge of you guys. You know, you need to listen to me. And he would wake us up every morning. I lived in the barracks at this time, so he would wake us up to do cleanup. We'd have to clean the barracks before we even report to work, before we go to do PT or anything like that. So he wake us up maybe at 5 o'clock in the morning. We have an hour of cleanup before 6 p.m. physical training, or 6 a.m. physical training, excuse me. So he would wake us up every morning. He would bang on your door really rudely. And then one morning, I remember he banged on my door, and I had had enough of him. And I woke up and I said, dude, you're a trash bag. Like, you're a dirt bag. Like, why are you knocking on my door? You're not a good soldier, not good at like what gives you the idea that you should be waking me up? So needless to say, I got in trouble. That's just not tolerated in the military, right? That's just not something not tolerated, no matter what. You just can't talk up to anybody who outranks you, no matter how bad they are, how good they are, whatever. So I got in trouble for it, and he, of course, he smirked. He was happy about it, and then literally the next week, I got promoted to E5, and he came to knock on my door, and he didn't know I got promoted to E5. So I was so excited. I woke up, I said, "Hey, what's up?" And he was like, "Yeah, you need to get up and get out here and clean." So I said, "Oh, okay, hold on 1 second." So I walked inside, I grabbed my jacket, and I was like, "Oh, maybe you didn't see this E5 on my collar here, but I'm kind of a sergeant now, so you might want to turn around and go knock on somebody else's door." But it just goes to show you, like, the military, at least for me, it was a very difficult thing at times. I like listening to people who I feel know more than me and who I feel deserve to be in charge of me. And it was difficult for me having to listen to people who were who I felt should not be in control. And that's all the military is. It's all rank structure. Yep. There's no talking back. There's no nothing. So that was difficult for me, and I'm sure it's difficult. It can be difficult for a lot of people. Did you have that issue at all, or did you ever yourself? Because you say you never really had that issue at all. Is that true?
No. So the people that were in charge of me, for the most part, they should have been in charge of me. I haven't had too many bad leaders. I've had decent leadership and really good leadership, but I wouldn't say bad leadership. When I come to them for help, they help. They know what they're doing, and I've been really fortunate with that. Everybody doesn't have the same experience that I did, though. I was definitely one of the more lucky ones, but I've definitely seen people that they're under toxic leadership, and it's one of those things that just has a negative impact on your morale and makes you want to get out the military.
Absolutely. So there's another thing happening in the rank structure, right? You have your enlisted, and then you have your officer ranks. Can you kind of talk a little bit about that?
So you're enlisted, or you're, what's the word?
Just say
those are pretty much the
college, yeah.
You can go to college, you'll go the enlisted route. I've seen it.
True, but that's not the norm, I would say.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So the enlisted, like pretty much the ground workers, like the people that are doing all the hands-on physical work. That's where the Marine Corps is like, that's the Marine Corps' bread and butter, you know what I'm saying? The people that enforce rules, that yell at you, all that stuff. When you go on the officer route, you are a normal human being, I'll put it that way. You're an officer, you don't call people by their last names. Officers are on a first name basis, they get paid a lot more than we do. They go to school for 4 years before they join the military, and they're in charge though, Some people can kind of hate officers sometimes because it's like, let's say I've been in the military 10 years and I'm an E7, right? Like I have like a crazy amount of knowledge and experiences. And then this 22-year-old dude just graduated from college, finished all his training or whatever. And now he's in charge of me just because he went to school for 4 years. I'm not going to listen to this guy, or I'm not going to want to listen to this guy. You know what I mean? And some officers, they come in and try to demand respect, which doesn't, that doesn't fly. But there are some officers that are super humble. They understand that they need to get these experiences from you. They need to learn from you. And when you have that understanding, things work pretty smoothly.
Absolutely, right. So going to college for 4 years prior to going to the military does have its benefits. You do become an officer. You do get paid way more than you would.
Your retirement's a lot better.
Your retirement is a lot better and bigger. Yeah, absolutely. Than you.
Sorry, quick question about that. For those who might choose to go that route. So say you do 4 years of college and then enlist as an officer, and you had college debt. Would the military cover that, or they only cover debt that you incur, while you're already an officer?
So they have programs now. Oh, go ahead. Like, maybe you can answer if you know it.
Well, yeah, we do have programs now, but that depends on the branch that you're joining. The Marine Corps will not pay off any prior debt. But I have a friend who's in the National Guard. She's actually Nigerian and Muslim too. And they paid off her previous debt.
Yeah. So yeah, it depends on what branch you're going to. They have all kind of programs where if you have student loan debt, they'll take care of it prior to you coming, as long as you fulfilled your obligations, of course. If you were to get kicked out prior to, they're gonna come collecting that money that they gave you.
So now that you mentioned a Nigerian Muslim, I'm curious in terms of being a Muslim in the military. I know they've, at this point, I think they're allowing women to wear hijab, those who choose to wear hijab, after a long fighting around that, but also just the basics in terms of trying to find time for you to make salah. You mentioned sometimes they'll wake you up at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. And I know everything is like, you're like a machine, especially during basic training, but even after, beyond basic training, how are you able to put in the time for salah and not have that challenged?
So like I said, I mean, you're working, a regular 9 to 5. So sometimes you may not be able to pray at the time that you're supposed to pray, but you can always make it up when you go back home. Or so when it comes to religion, they're very understanding about, they kind of have to be, because of certain laws, but there's
the law and then there's the reality on ground.
No, the reality is the same. They'll allow you to do whatever it is that you need to do. So me personally, right, I didn't realize this until I was less than a year out, which makes me kind of angry. But so there's this thing. So when they're paying for when you live on base in the barracks, you're single. There's this thing called BAS. It stands for Basic Allowance for Sustenance, right? They take it from you because the food that they provide you on base is free. But if you're Muslim, you can put in for a package saying that the chow hall or the cafeteria, we call it the chow hall, doesn't necessarily accommodate for your religious meals, right? So sometimes they'll have like a lot of pork, you know what I'm saying? One time, like I was eating corn and they put bacon in my corn. Like who does that, I'd noticed it before I actually ate the corn, thank God. But so I put in this form and I said, hey, I should be getting COMRAX, which is, your BAS, Basic Allowance for Sustenance, saying that, hey, I should be able to pay for my own food. I shouldn't have to eat here because they don't accommodate for my religious beliefs. So that added another like $360 to my paycheck. And I wish I would have realized that before, but, after that, I started cooking a lot more, making my own food, and it helped me save money too. And I was also eating healthier.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, so great point, right? So many laws in place now where if you even say the word religion, they can't even make
they can't touch you.
It's a scary thing right now, right? Have you, Dr. Fauzi, are you familiar with Toby at all? Toby Amaruf?
No.
So she's actually the sister. She was supposed to come talk today, but she couldn't. She's the actual sister who was kind of at the forefront of the idea of people wearing hijabs.
Yeah, I've heard of her. I just don't know her personally.
Yeah.
It was my reference point.
Yeah. Is that who you were talking about, Toby Lightner?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she wanted to come talk today, but she couldn't. So she's in the FBI now as well. So she was unable to make it today for work reasons. But yeah, she's at the forefront. She's actually, her picture is the one in the manual, in the military document that talks about how you wear a hijab with your uniform. So she's the one who pushed it up to the Secretary of the Army and was like, this is wrong. Because what happened was in basic training, I don't know if you heard the story, but they snatched her hijab off. Like a drill sergeant told her, "Oh, you just mad because you didn't comb your hair," and she just grabbed it and snatched it off her head. And Toby kind of broke down, and so that's how the entire thing started. And obviously, even the idea and basic training of a drill sergeant touching you physically, that's not even allowed anymore. So there's like a lot of things that a lot of changes that happened after Toby kind of pushed that up the ladder. But it was kind of a big deal. I'm really proud of her because she that took a lot to kind of fight that. Yeah, to not just accept the status quo, especially you think, oh, I just got to fit in. They're already looking at me weirdly. So same thing happened to me. I went to basic training. Literally September 11th happened. My first week in basic training. So right away, I think that following the day it happened, they pulled me into the office and they all sat me down and asked me if I wanted to kill them, if I was a terrorist, and obviously now that wouldn't have been allowed. It wouldn't be allowed now, and I could have sued and done all this other kind of stuff. But it's just how the climate has changed so much over the years. But it was one of those weird things. I felt super uncomfortable because I'm like, oh my God, they're looking at me weirdly every single day in basic training. Like they think, I'm a terrorist, all these different things. So it was like, I just want to fit in. I just need to, let me just show them, I'm part of, everybody else. And, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want them to look at me weird. So yeah, absolutely. If you have anything else, Dr. Fazia? Because I wanted to show the kids a quick video.
That's amazing. I really hope we can have her come and speak with us. But
yeah,
go ahead.
So I wanted to show Lighton. I'm gonna play a quick video for them. I wanted to see what your thoughts are on the video. It's a basic training kind of montage, a little bit. Marine Corps basic training. Tell me if it's yay, nay, likely, not likely. All right. And it's on Nearpod. So I'm putting the link in the chat. You're on a phone or you're on a computer?
I'm on my phone.
Okay, so you're probably not going to be able to click the link. You may be able to. I'm going to share my screen also so you can kind of see the video as well. Hopefully you can see it and let everybody see it. So everybody else, we're on Nearpod. The video will be playing on Nearpod, I believe. Hopefully it plays. Yeah, I'll just play it. I'll just play it on my screen so everybody should be able to see it. And then feel free to comment, like on as we watch the video here.
I am Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, your drill instructor. You will speak only when spoken to. And the first and last words out of your filthy sewers will be sir. Do you maggots understand that? Yes, sir. I can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair. If you survive recruit training, you will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. Because I am hard, you will not like me. What side was that, Private File? Sir, left side, sir. Use your Private File. But the more you hate me, the more you will learn. What side was that, Private File? Sir, right side, sir. I am hard, but I am fair. You little scumbag. You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers. I will teach you. Now get up. Get on your feet. Hustle it out. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Do you feel dizzy? Do you feel faint? Jesus H. Christ! I think you've got a heart off!
So far, like, what do you think so far about that as far as basic training being concerned?
So everything that I'm seeing definitely happened. Nothing is, too exaggerated yet. Nothing is, all that stuff is still pretty much the same. You train the same way. You have some people that, struggle more than others when you're doing physical training, that you literally have to, grab or drag or, try to help them as much as possible to, catch up with everybody else. You do confidence courses. The little fighting you guys saw, like those are called pugil sticks. That is super fun. Like, I love that. You get all your frustrations out, You're not going to get hurt or anything because you have, protective equipment on, but that's fun. Definitely don't speak unless spoken to when it comes to, your drill instructors. You can, request to speak, but sometimes they can say, shut up, I don't want to hear it, but that's just, in that mindset, trying to get you to understand that, ranks mean something, trying to get you to understand that you are at the bottom of the food chain when you basically start.
All right. See.
The dead know only one thing.
Well, actually, this is when they get into the war, and you haven't. Have you experienced any kind of combat training or anything? I mean, been in any kind of combat situation?
No. So those are getting a lot less and less here. So my dad, right? When I told him I was joining the Marine Corps, I'm telling you, this man, he was livid, like he hates the military. I've had, older cousins that joined the military, him being one of them.
Yeah.
He thought that I was going to end up in Afghanistan, Iraq, doing, all this war stuff. But so
backstory, guys. So backstory, we grew up together, basically lived in the same household. And then I went to the military first, and I ended up going to Afghanistan for a year. So I think to them, it was one of those situations where it was like, yo, this is going to end poorly. This is going to end very badly.
But where'd you tell them you were going?
Yeah. So obviously, I did not tell the truth initially because I knew that if I told them I was going to Afghanistan, that their reaction would not be a good one. So I told them I was going to, I think I said Hawaii. I think I was going to.
He said France
or somewhere. I told them I was going to be away for a while. I'm going overseas. I won't be able to use my phone necessarily every day, just preparing them like, hey, this thing is gonna happen. But I'm gonna be fine. I'm going to a nice place. It's gonna be, it's gonna be a bed of roses. I'm gonna be enjoying myself. Just so I wouldn't alarm them. So I think that's the backdrop of their knowledge and how they viewed things at that point.
But I know a lot of people are worried because of that reason. But the different MOSs in the Marine Corps, the different jobs, right? One of the jobs is called an infantryman, right? Those are the guys that it's actually their job to go out, on the front lines and, do war, you know what I'm saying? Those are like the legit soldiers. Everybody is a soldier, because you're in the military, but it's not everybody's job to go out and shoot, weapons and, do stuff like that. So when I first got to California, my first roommate was actually an infantryman, and he ended up getting out after his 4 years because he said that it's my job to go out on the front lines and fight. And I didn't even get to do that. And he's in an infantry unit. Like, that's what they're supposed to do. So like, when people think that the military is super war oriented, it's really not. Those types of things are becoming more and more scarce.
And then, like you said, I think it depends on jobs. What would you say, kind of talk to them about if you were to join the military, how important your MOS is?
It's super important. When you join the Marine Corps, so a lot of things that people don't know going into the military is that you can actually choose your job. So they give you options, right? But so like, let's say you want to become an intel analyst, right? Your recruiter can tell you, oh, that job is not available right now. Choose another one. You don't have to choose another one. You can actually choose to wait longer until that job opens back up. But they're not going to tell you that, of course, because they want to push you through the process because it makes them look good,
And they want to fill jobs that people don't want necessarily.
Correct. So if you do join, do not go with an open contract. I can tell you that right now, because they will give you anything. They'll make you a cook. And in the military, you're not like, it's not cooking like you're a little private chef or whatever. You're in a cafeteria making mass meals for, hundreds and thousands of people. So you're not getting those skills that you think that you probably would, you know?
So what about how important is your job to life after the military if you choose to get out after 4 years?
It depends if you want to stay in that same job field or not. You know, some jobs are more useful than others, of course. So if you are an infantryman, they pretty much teach you
nothing.
Yeah, they teach you how to be homeless because you're in a lot. But if you want to become like a cop or something, you know, which a lot of people try to do after, it's a lot easier for you because they look at you and they're like, oh, he was in the military, you know, he knows how to do all these tactics, he knows how to shoot, blah, blah, blah. But being in the military will definitely open up a lot of opportunities for you. So like, I know a lot of guys that want to go Border Patrol now, because that was one of the things that we had to do while I was in. And it's a easy transition going from the military to Border Patrol. And yeah.
So I will say MOS is key, right? Your job is key because your job can determine what your salary is when you leave the military. Let's say you were in the military for 4 years, and one job that I had an opportunity to do that ended up not doing was a nuclear engineering, right? Once I hit the rank of E5, they offered me this job because my score on the ASVAB, which is the test to get into the military, was really high. So they offered me this job. The school for that job was a year and a half long. But that same certification that I would have got in the military, if I'd have got out of the military, they would have started me off at $85,000 as a brand new engineer. 85,000. So right away, that translates from the military directly to a real world job versus a job like infantry that really doesn't translate to anything. It's I can go try to be a cop. I can go try to do Border Patrol, but it's not necessarily a guaranteed. It's not a certification. You're just in the military. You're not getting a certification. You're not really expanding your knowledge. You're not really gaining anything. So if you were going to join the military, it's really important that everything is based around, hey, what am I actually learning here? What are the benefits after I leave the military?
Yeah, a lot of you can also use the military as a stepping stone. You know, you don't have to make it a career. Another good one is like aviation mechanics. So like a lot of those guys won't re-enlist because with all the certificates of training that you have, you're gonna get a job as soon as you leave pretty easily.
A very good paying job at that. And then, so which leads me to my next question, like that was about benefits. What are some of the benefits in the military, like big picture benefits?
So you get this thing called a post 9/11 GI Bill. You also get tuition assistance. So your GI Bill, can you use your GI Bill while you're in the military, or you have to wait till
No,
after?
you don't need to use it while you're in the military because you get tuition assistance in the military.
Yeah.
You have to wait till after.
So being in the military, if you want to go to school while you're in the military, it's not as easy. It's not that easy though, you know what I'm saying? Because you have, you know, a full schedule. And if you want to tack on school, it's going to be completely on you. But you have tuition assistance. So, you know, they're paying for your classes that you're taking while you're in the military. They're most likely going to be online classes. And then you have your GI Bill, where you can, after you separate, you can go to school full time. You know, they'll pay for your housing, they'll pay for your food, they'll pay for your classes. So
No. So two things. Number one, when you're in the military, so I went to school while I was in the military, right? My classes were in person. It's like he said, it's very difficult to do because it's something you have to do. Say it again.
While you were active?
Yeah, while I was active.
Oh,
You have to do it in the evening times after you get off of work. That's number one. And then number two, you have to get permission from your commander because your commander knows what's coming. So your commander might say, hey, look, in 2 months, we're about to get deployed to go do this training exercise. So there's no way you can enroll in class right now because class is for the next 4 months. And in 2 months' time, we're about to leave. So now you have to wait another 4 months to even try to go to school. Then that 4 months hits.
Actually, I had guys on deployment. I mean, well, depending on where you're going, of course.
Correct. You could, if you're doing online schooling, yes, you can do it on deployment and everything. But I had to be in class. Yeah. So it's very different. But yeah, you bring up a good point. So if you're doing online then yeah, it doesn't matter if you get deployed or not, because you can probably do the work wherever you want to. The other part about that is that the GI Bill doesn't necessarily pay directly for anything. What it does is they give you money. So the GI Bill doesn't pay the school. The GI Bill doesn't pay anything. The GI Bill says, hey, you're in school right. Say it again.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right.
Yeah, you're in school right now. Here's $2,000 this month. Use it how you see fit. But you have to constantly, every month, you have to let them know you're still in school, and then they'll send you the money. So they don't send it to anybody. They send it to you. You can do with it what you want. So I used my GI Bill for me. It went straight to my pocket. My college was already paid for. I actually had a full scholarship to go to school before my GI Bill. So my GI Bill, that was just my pocket money every month because I didn't want to have to get a job. So you can use the GI Bill as you need or how you see fit. That's all. Did you have anything else to add?
No.
All right. Hey, you guys have any questions for Mr. Kadiku? Oh, you know, they've met your brother, by the way.
Oh, they met Latif?
Yeah, they met Latif. Latif used to do, well, some of them have anyway. Latif used to come support during doing some games during the school year when we did Op Your Stars during the school year.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, I think we need parents to come hear some of this, because if my parents knew some of this benefits, they would have had me stick to ROTC through college.
Right.
Well, this is good stuff. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. If you guys can give a shout out to Brother Kadiku for coming in and speaking to us. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
Greatly appreciate it. And again, I just love the option of, because I know a lot of the parents personally are definitely pushing for a four-year college, colleges for the kids. But I want them to know that there are options, there are tag-along options, different ways of doing a four-year education, if that's what the child eventually goes on. Now I'm thinking, well, maybe my child can do your 4 years and then head on to the military as an officer. Just different options out there for them to consider.
Right, absolutely. And military services always look highly upon, right? Depending on what you're doing. If you were to do, no, go ahead.
No, I said especially if you're an officer.
Exactly, I was about to say, yeah. So if you were to go to college first and enroll in ROTC as an officer candidate, they pay for your college. You know, let's say you don't have a full ride, they actually will pay for your college. You're just obligated to serve 4 years after you graduate from college, which could be a very good thing because number one, well, you're guaranteed a job after college, and then you're guaranteed to get real world and real life experience. And now you have the military on your resume, you have job experience on your resume, depending on what field you want to work in, and you can go out into the world with some kind of experience already on your resume and real world benefits and all kind of other things as well from being in the military. So it's an option. Any other questions, guys, or any comments? All right, appreciate it. Hopefully see you soon, man. Get home safe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he is actually about to start driving from California to Maryland. Here
Safe
shortly.
travels.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's a long ride. So safe travels, get on the road, and appreciate you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. All right, everybody.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, food for thought. What are your thoughts, guys?
So yeah, I am curious about what you guys think about that. What do you guys think about the military as a whole?
Nice.
Were you did you have any wonders, any questions, anything that you thought was interesting?
I kind of like the idea of being an officer when you get for after 4 years of college, like that.
I was surprised by how many like options there are that could like help you maybe with your education, and a lot of benefits that came along with being in the military, like housing and food.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
was
Rashid, oh, no,
surprised.
go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I was surprised that he was able to live in California for free
Right,
because of
right.
how
That's one of the
expensive
biggest
it is.
benefits. Right. It's one of the biggest benefits of the military. You don't have to
Mm-hmm.
pay any rent. You don't have to pay for food, even though a majority of people in the military will still pay for food because they don't necessarily make the best financial decisions. And they say, you know what, I want to eat McDonald's today. I want to eat this today. I want to eat that today, rather than eating for free at the dining facility. They'll go out and still buy food at the grocery store, or go buy this because they want to make their own food. So, but again, the option is there to not have to pay for food or pay for housing, which is an amazing benefit. Rashid, what about you? You get anything out of it? I'm not sure if
Sorry, sorry.
oh, no,
But yeah, I did learn that I guess it would be I don't know, doing like the stuff where you have to sit on the ship for a month would be cool, I guess.
really?
Get some time, yeah, because you gotta get some time to do some stuff, other people. I think it would be cool.
Okay. Yeah, it's not bad. That's not bad. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. You get bored very quickly. I will tell you that.
I see that.
Yeah, I will definitely tell you that. Especially like being in Afghanistan, when you're not actually on patrol or doing some kind of combat mission, it's a lot of sitting around and just talking and looking at each other in the face, and that gets very old very quickly. So sometimes, that's something. All right. But I hope you guys learned a lot of information. I hope you guys got a lot of information. We are going to, let's see if we want to continue. Actually, this is what did I just do? Did I just log you out in AirPod? I'm going to pull it back up. I apologize. I'm going to pull the AirPod back up. I don't know if everybody got kicked out. Did any of you guys get kicked out of AirPod?
I'm not sure.
Say it again.
I think I'm still in.
Okay. All right. So I think we're still good then. So wanted to talk a little bit about the military. I'm not sure if you guys can see the graphics, but before we go on break, wanted to kind of give you guys some more basic information on the military, right? So there are different pathways, obviously, and we kind of hinted at that when Mr. Kadiku was here kind of talking. You can go the enlisted route, right? This is after you graduate from high school, you can go the enlisted route, all right? And you'll enlist and you can become E1, E2, E3, and these are the rank structures. You get paid less money. You can go the warrant officer route, and this is for people who want to like fly planes and work in aviation typically. You do have to have some kind of college training. And then here, officer route is after a 4-year degree. So you have to have a 4-year degree in order to become an officer. And these are the ranks of lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, and then all your generals, 1-star general, 2, 3, 4, 4-star general, and 5-star general, right? This is how that works. And obviously the pay increases as you go up in the rank structure. So not only does the pay increase this way from left to right, from E1 to E2 to E3 to E4, the pay increases also between enlisted to warrant to officer. All right. So obviously the highest paid person in the military is this 016 or this 010, which is this 4-star, 5-star general. Lowest pay is E1, which is a
I have a question.
Say it again. Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah,
for
go
the
ahead.
office. So the longer you get down the list, does that mean the longer you stay? Because I know like a lot of generals that are like that stay in the military for like a good chunk of their lives.
Correct. So part of it is how long you stay. It's not just that though, right? You can't just get promoted because you stay in the military. Part of it is that, yes, you do get promoted just from staying in, but you also have to accumulate points by doing things, right? The higher you score on your physical training test, the more points you get. The more education you have. Like even as an enlisted person, you can take college classes. You can also take these things called what are they called? Anyway, some other kind of training classes after school that are military training classes. Those classes give you points as well. The more points you earn in total from time in service, from physical fitness, from this, from that training, the more points you earn, and that's how you get promoted up the ranks. And then obviously the other way, you actually have to go to, there's no way for me to go from enlisted to officer without college. There's just no way to do that. You have to go to college, and then after you go to college, you have to go to something also called Officer Candidate School, OCS. I don't know if you see that above officer, Officer Candidate School. If you're in the military and you have your 4-year degree and you want to go from enlisted to enlisted to officer, you have to go to OCS. Did that answer your question, or is it different?
Yeah, that answered my question.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So those are the different ways to kind of get promoted. Same thing with the officer rank. Officer rank, you have to, obviously time in service matters, but you have to do things also to warrant you getting promoted. All right, because I know guys who got stuck at 03, who got stuck at captain and couldn't get promoted to major. Captain is one of those kind of things where if you do your 4 years and you serve, you'll probably get promoted to captain without any kind of issue. But to get promoted to major takes a little bit more work, right? They're not just promoting anybody to major. You have to do some work. And same thing here, right? You'll get to E4 in the enlisted rank pretty easily as long as you stay in and don't do anything crazy. But to make E5 or E6, you actually have to, you have to do something to warrant you get promoted to become a non-commissioned officer, NCO. All right. All right. So what are some questions or wonders, things that come to mind when you think about the military, guys? And we've kind of talked about this a little bit, so you guys don't have to answer this yet. But I kind of asked you guys already, what are some things you guys were thinking about? So we'll move on from here. So these are the basic eligibility rules. Let's take a look at some of the basic eligibility rules. Abdul Salam, can you read this slide for us, please?
Eligibility rules can be a little confusing. There are different rules for enlisting and for officer programs. Enlisted members do the hands-on work of the military. They need at least a high school degree, and a GED may or may not suffice. Officers are the managers of the military. Most officer programs require a college degree at minimum and are very competitive. Many officers have master's or higher degrees. Before you visit your local recruiter, be sure you meet the minimum qualifications for serving in the U.S. Armed Forces.
All right, so you must be a U.S. citizen. You must be at least 17 years old. It kind of cut off here at the bottom. And then you must be able to pass a basic physical fitness test. All right, so basic, they don't expect you to be military in military shape, but they expect you to be at a basic level so they can get you to military shape. You have to be able to run your mile in a certain amount of time, be able to do at least 17 push-ups, I think it is, and 30 sit-ups. And if you can do that basic amount of stuff, then they'll let you go to basic training, and then they'll train you to be able to do more stuff. You have to meet those basics. All right. All right. So here's a little bit more detail about each branch of the military. Umar, can you read this slide for us, please?
Yeah. To join the Air Force, you must be teenagers 17 and 27. Have no more than 2 dependents. Pass the ASVAP minimum AFQT score 36.
So let me stop you there. So the ASVAB, that's the test to get into the military. So, and we'll talk about that test here in a second, but you have to have at least a 36. So remember these numbers, a 36. So all of the numbers are highlighted in red. As you can see, all of the numbers, the lowest one is a 31. The highest is a 50, right? Coast Guard is the highest one at a 50, and the lowest one is a 31. That's the Army and the Marines, right? Those require the lowest score. And again, most score between higher than a 50 plus. So you remember earlier, Lython was saying that he had somebody in basic training with him that was 28, right? They would not have qualified to go to the Air Force because the Air Force accepts only people as high as 27 years old. So he wouldn't have been able to get into the Air Force, but the Marines go all the way to 29. So that's the difference there. All right, but go ahead and keep going. Keep going, Lamar.
Okay. To join the army, you have to be between the age of 17 to 34. Have no more than 2 dependents, pass the ASVAP minimum AFQT score 31 to enlist. To join the Coast Guard, must be between the age of 17 to 39. Have no more than 2 dependents, pass the ASVAP minimum AFQT score of 50. Is it the max? That's the max score, or
no? That's the minimum score you need for the maximum score is like a 99 on the ASVAB.
Okay.
Yeah, and then remember you have to have a willingness to serve on or around the water because the Coast Guard is all based around the water. So if you have some kind of fear of water, obviously Coast Guard would not be for you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yep.
Why did they say 39 and not just 40? And 29 and not just 30?
That's a great question. So all of this stuff is based around some kind of science. So they look at like the average physical ability of a 39-year-old versus a 40-year-old. And at some point they say, okay, when you hit 40, you know, you don't have this ability. They don't think you'll be able to handle the rigors of basic training. It's silly, but because there's some 40-year-olds who would destroy basic training, right? But these are like general rules for everybody.
Okay, meeting exact physical, mental, and moral standards. Oh, to join the Marines, you need to meet exact physical, mental, and moral standards be between the age of 17 to 29. Pass the ASVAP minimum AFQT score of 31. Women are eligible to enlist in all occupational exception of combat armed specialties, infantry, tank, and amphibian tractor crew members. Okay. To join the Navy, you have to be between the ages of 17 and 34, pass the ASVAP minimum AFQT score of 35. Women are eligible to enlist in all occupational fields with the exception of serving in the Navy SEALs, or on submarines.
Right.
Why?
Why? Which one?
The women are eligible to enlist in all the occupational fields except the Navy SEALs or on submarines.
Okay, so the Navy SEALs is because it's a combat field, and so for instance, they feel like if in the military, they basically feel 2 things. They feel that if a woman were to get shot, a man is going to react different than if a man were to get shot. So a man may do something stupid to go save a woman that he may not do to save another man. This is their logic. So they don't want women in combat fields because of the risk of being emotional and not thinking objectively or not thinking non-emotionally, right? That's number 1. Then on submarines, it's for a whole nother issue, right? They don't want because submarines, sometimes you're in the water for long periods of time, and they don't want any issues with intermingling of people where they feel like, hey, you know, I'm the only man on the ship, you're the only woman on the ship, and we're in these closed, really tight quarters, and things happen that shouldn't happen, right? So that's why on submarines they don't want women on submarines. And it's silly, but that's their thing. That's their logic behind things.
Submarine, it's too cramped.
Say it again.
I said I wouldn't like a submarine. It's too cramped.
Right. It's very tight. I've been in one, and it's very tight. Very tight. All right. Let's go to the next slide. I can't believe this thing keeps popping up. All right. So let's talk about the Air Force. Nafisa, can you read a little bit about the Air Force for us?
ASVAB score. The Air Force recruits must score at least 36 points on the 99-point ASVAB. Exceptions are made, however, for a handful of high school graduates who can score as low as 31. In actuality, the vast majority, over 70% of those accepted for an Air Force enlistment, score 50 or above. Education, you're most likely to be struck by lightning than enlist in the Air Force without a high school diploma. Even with the GED, the chances are not good. Only about 0.5% of all Air Force enlistments each year are GED holders. To even be considered for one of these very few slots, GED holder.
It cut off. The GED holder must, did it
Oh.
get next slide? The GED holder must score really, really high on the ASVAB. You have to get a really high score. Now, the reason that you have the Air Force has a slightly higher score than some of the Marines and the Army and the Navy is because most of the jobs in the Air Force are a little bit more technical related, a lot more computer related, a lot more technical knowledge based, right? So they require a slightly higher score than the other branches. All right. Thank you, Nafisa. Rashid, can you read a little bit about the Army for us?
Hold on. All right. Do I read from the top?
Yes.
Okay. Jobs in the Army are called MOSs, short for military occupational specialty. The Army requires a minimum of AFQT score of 31 to qualify for enlistment. To qualify for certain enlistment incentives such as enlistment bonuses, an Army recruit must score a minimum of 50. The Army allows more recruits to enlist with GED than any other branch. In FY 2008, only 83% of the new Army recruits had a high school diploma or at least 15 credits in college, or at least 15 college credits, sorry. Compared with the DOD average of 92, the Army even has a special program called Army Prep School that allows individuals to enlist who have no high school diploma or GED. Like the Air Force, is that Army?
Yeah, Army.
Army also offers a higher enlistment rank for recruits with college.
Right. Olathan was saying a little bit earlier that sometimes people who have gone to college still, rather than becoming an officer, want to enlist. So if you do enlist, you do come in rather than coming in as an E1, as a basic, you come in like as an E4 instead, right? So they do offer you more money and a higher rank because you have a high school degree. All right. So that's basically the Army, right? Oh, so this is what we're gonna do. We're actually gonna pause right here. We'll stop at the Army and we'll continue after lunch. All right, we'll continue after lunch. I think we'll take a 1 hour lunch break. It's 12:31 right now. We'll come back at 1:30 and then we'll pick up from there. Sound good? All right.
Yeah.
Have a good lunch, guys.
Welcome back, everyone.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Everybody's back. Let me know that you guys are here. Awesome. Thank you, Abdul Salam. Thank you, Rashid. There is a new link in the for the Nearpod in the chat, so please go ahead and click on that link. It's different from the one that you had previously. Awesome. Thank you, Nafisa. Again, if you guys can click on that new link in the chat, it's a brand new Nearpod link. Thank you, Umar. If you guys can go ahead and click on that, that'd be great. And I'll share my screen here as well. Just want to make sure you guys are getting in. Thank you, Abdul Salam. All right. I think everybody's here. Thank you, guys. So everybody should be in Nearpod right now. I think we're missing one person, Nafisa. I'm sure she'll be logging in here to Nearpod shortly. But I just wanted to go over this quick article with you guys real quick about some of the benefits, just to kind of sum up our conversation around the military, some of the benefits and some of the disadvantages of the military, maybe. Just kind of sum up our conversation around the military before we move on to entrepreneurship this afternoon. We're going to have a guest coming in and talk to you guys a little bit about entrepreneurship and some of the good, some of the bad of entrepreneurship. So while we are waiting for her to get logged in, let's go ahead and wrap this up with this quick article. And I'll share my screen here. All right. Join the military after high school, some of the benefits and some of the risks. We can scroll down a little bit. If I could have Umar, if I could have you read benefit number 1 for us.
Okay. Find benefits of enlisting in armed forces. At the cost of college continues to escalate, many high school graduates are considering enlistment in the military service as their best shot at offering any sort of post-secondary education. They're also discovering that enlisting in the military helps achieve other goals with lifelong benefits. Finding purpose. In his book, Emerging Adults in America, Coming of Age in 21st Century, psychologist Jeffrey Arnett writes the ages of 18 and 29 are the transitional period from adolescence to adulthood. The challenge of determining their identity and where they fit in a complex society is daunting for many. Almost half of college students drop out before getting a degree, and those who get degrees average more than 4 years of study.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, go ahead.
While there are a variety of reasons that affect the dropout rate, Jordan Westman of the Atlantic claims a significant reason that not every student is prepared, nor do they necessarily want to be at college or have a clear notion of what they're doing there. Becoming a successful adult requires the right combination of independence and support, and serving in the military provides that combination for many.
All right, very good. So as you can see, some people need time just to kind of figure themselves out, figure out who they want to be, and the military kind of provides that time while you're not just sitting around doing nothing, you're doing something, but you're finding purpose and you're finding meaning in what you might want to do in life. Thank you, Umar. If I could have Abdul Salam, you can have read number 2 for us.
According to a Gallup poll, the military has consistently ranked above organized religious institutions, the medical system, and banks as the institution in which Americans have the most confidence. Respondents were roughly 10 times more likely to have confidence in the armed services than in big business and Congress, respectively. But this glory is rarely the reason people join the military. Stanton Core, a Marine officer who served in Iraq, wrote in the Federalist, "No one is in the military against his or her will. A veteran's service in a war is significant not because we are special, but precisely because we aren't. We volunteered, we went, we did what the nation asked. In other words, patriotism is a powerful incentive to join the military."
Absolutely right. Some people join because the idea of serving the country means a lot to them. They enjoy that. That's another one of those benefits of pride. Rashid, if you can do number 3 for us.
The high cost, attending college without crushing debt. The high cost of a college education have forced many high school graduates to consider alternate paths to college and work careers. According to U.S. News, the average annual tuition and bills for students at four-year private colleges exceeded $40,000 in 2020 to 2021 academic year. That's more than 160,000 $60,000 over the course of 4 years, not counting additional expenses like room, board, and electronics. While many students pursue what's that word? Pursue
Ministers pursue merit.
Pursue merit and need basic scholarship.
Need-based, yeah.
Need-based scholarships. These typical account for a few $1,000s annually at most. Not surprisingly, the average graduate left college in 2018 with more than 35,000 in student loan debt, according to figures complied by Experian. That's an increase of more than 25% over the preceding 5-year period.
So you can pause right there. Thank you, Rashid. So basically, again, right, a lot of people end up taking a lot of debt to go, especially remember we talked about private versus state-run schools. Some of these private colleges cost a lot of money. So a lot of people are taking out a tremendous amount of loans. You can see up to 160,000 or more in loans to afford to go to these private schools. That's why I was pushing the option of public because it's cheaper, and then private if, of course, they give you a bunch of money. All right, and then let's go over number 4 real quick, Nafisa, if you can help us out with that.
Receiving valuable training in different fields. Each of the 5 branches of the U.S. military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and Coast Guard offers training programs that enhance your career opportunities as a civilian. Career paths include arts and photography, news and media, aviation, engineering, healthcare, human resources, and meteorology, among others. During their service commitment, enlistees can receive college credits for their experience and training, which are accepted by thousands of colleges and universities. They can also receive professional and technical training to meet these licensing and credentials for civilian jobs such as electrical work or software engineering. In addition to their expertise, employers often value job candidate with military experience for their leadership and teamwork skills. Veterans have typically led colleagues, accepted direction from others, and operated as part of a small team. Character. Veterans are perceived as being trustworthy, dependable, drug-free, and have a strong work ethic. Structure and discipline. Companies, especially those that emphasize safety, appreciate veterans experience following established procedures.
Very good. Thank you, Nafisa. So as you can see, also the training aspect of things, people receive valuable training. Like we said earlier, the job you pick in the military means everything, right? It determines what you can do when you leave the military and what you kind of leave with. So that's a very important thing, and people get some valuable things. So we're going to pause right there for a second, and we are going to, we're going to welcome, I believe we have Miss Modupe Onitiri. She's joining us today to kind of speak a little bit about entrepreneurship and kind of talk to you about her business and what she does and all that good stuff. So we're going to be back on Nearpod. And before we get to Nearpod, and let me let her in real quick. She's going to be on her computer. 1 second. All right. So she's going to be talking to us a little bit about, again, entrepreneurship. And give me 1 second to get her situated real quick. So Modupe, I'm going to go ahead and put in the chat the link to the Nearpod that we're going to be on, the presentation slides that we're going to be on. Just feel free to go ahead and click on that link. When you're ready, go ahead and click on that link, and I'll share my screen. I'll share the presentation with everybody from my computer, and you can kind of manipulate the slideshow as you want. Are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Are you able to click on the link?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me
Okay.
click on the link now.
Okay, and let me know if you were able to get in as I go ahead, and I'll move the slide over one. Boom.
It's loading.
Okay, cool. And I'll share from my side, and you're able to kind of move on from your side. All right.
Okay, so you say you're about to share your screen.
Yep. Can you see it?
Yep. Now I can see your screen.
Okay, perfect. And you should be able to also see it on when you click the link you have is also the presentation. And it's easier for you to see it on the link than it is on my screen, if that makes more sense.
Okay, hold on. Excuse me, guys. I'm a little Zoom. It's been a while since I've actually been on Zoom.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. A few months now. Yeah, the presentation for whatever reason is not loading, so I'm just gonna follow the
Zoom.
The Zoom, yeah, for
All right,
now.
perfect. All right. So I'll let you kind of go and take it away, and I'll move the slide forward. And you know the order already, right? I think I sent you that, right?
Yes, you sent me that. I'm putting it up on my phones just in case.
Okay. And you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so hello everyone. What do your students call you? I'm sorry.
Brother Hamza.
Brother Hamza said, yeah, my name is Modupe Onitiri, and I started Alade Organics a few years ago. I graduated from college, had a corporate job. I worked in the corporate America government contracting for Social Security Administration. So I did that for almost 6 years. And I had a lot of success. I ended my career path as a program manager. I managed the social media aspect of medical participants for Social Security Administration. So that was pretty cool. But, you know, life had other plans for me. And I felt that I wanted to explore something different. I wanted to explore a different side of myself. So, you know, I went and started my business, Alade Organics. Now it's something, my business, and I'll get more into it as we kind of go through some of the paths. I essentially got into my business because it was already my passion. I drink tea, you know, like as if it's my birthright. And, you know, when I was really finding myself at a peak at my job, I wanted to do something different. So I just let my passion drive me. And that's kind of where I found myself selling tea to my friends or making different remedies for them for parties or party favors and things like that, getting into DIY. And then the business kind of started from there. So, okay, so learning goals.
So I'll kind of take over this part right here. So some things that we're going to talk about today, or that Ms. Onitiri is going to talk about. We're going to define the term entrepreneur, what it means, right? We're going to identify some different types of entrepreneurs. We're going to explain why people choose to become entrepreneurs. We're going to discuss factors that kind of support the expanding opportunities in entrepreneurship today, and some of the things that kind of leading a lot of people to get into entrepreneurship. And number 5, we're going to identify some personality traits that people need to have kind of to be a successful entrepreneur. And she's going to talk a little bit about that as well. We're going to summarize the process for starting a venture. She can talk to you about her process. And then last but not least, we're going to explain how organizations promote entrepreneurship. And then we'll take a look at the Olade Organics website, and she'll kind of talk to you guys a little bit about that.
Okay, perfect. So do you want me to just kind of start with that, what is an entrepreneur, and then kind of just have my answers based on that previous slide, or do you want me to just kind of go through the website?
You can go. We can actually start here.
Okay, yeah, so cool. Basically, kind of like I said, an entrepreneur is definitely a person who seeks profitable opportunity. So this is a person who takes it upon themselves to say, I want to be my own boss, and I want to provide a product or a service that people will buy or patronize that will in turn yield profits. So, and it says differ from many small business owners is their strong desire to make their business grow. So kind of what I said earlier about letting your passion drive your business. A lot of entrepreneurs, they start with something in themselves, whether they feel like, you know what, I'm just such a good people person. I could sell anything. I could sell sand to a beach. There's those people who really have that people spirit, and they can sell anything. So they want to get into entrepreneur, and it's easy for them to pick a product or service for them to do. Or that you have people who are maybe singers, songwriters, more entertainers. It's like, you know what, I want to take control of my business and be my own boss. So I'm going to either start my own record label, modeling contract, just kind of giving you a broad example of how people can kind of get into entrepreneurship. It's really your passion that drives that, your own desire to see a return in your investment versus a job that you work. You're not really concerned if the company sells 10,000 burgers. You clock in, you clock out. You don't really care if they're making a profit or not, as long as you get paid, right? And it says differ from managers through their overriding responsibility to use the resource of organizations to accomplish their goals, willing to take risks. So yeah, kind of like I said, it's you really putting your own self out there. So you are responsible for the buildup, and then you reap the benefits of the profit. So whatever you put in, you hope to reap something back out of it. And that's kind of like the benefits of being an entrepreneur. I know that it's my work that determines my paycheck. It's the efforts that I put into if I don't go out and sell tea or promote on Instagram, then I'm not going to get any sales. I can't pay my workers and I can't eat. So it's really the passion that drives it. We can move on.
So I would say if we can get one of the students to kind of read some of the bullet points, and you can kind of chime in.
Okay.
I will go with Rashid. Rashid, can you read some of the bullet points for us, please?
Okay. More than 11% of Americans run their own businesses. In an average month, Americans start approximately 465,000 new businesses. The past 2 decades have shown heightened interest in entrepreneurship careers. People choose entrepreneurship for multiple reasons. that says dissatisfaction, right?
Correct.
With traditional work, their fulfill customer needs, their ideas fulfill customer needs. Sorry.
You good? If you want to add anything, Miss Onitiri, are you good?
Yeah, so this is, this represents, I think it's about 8 or 10 of you guys in this room. I'm not sure the participants. So that's basically saying at least 1 or 2 of you guys may open your own business or run your own business. And it speaks to, what's being very timely. People are now, this is the information era. Information is readily available. There's people, you guys are very familiar with social media and TikTok. You're starting to see a lot of different trends. People are understanding how to use the day-to-day tools to monetize and grow their own business and be their own boss. Most singers now are not going to American Idol or, talent search. Now people understand that if I want to be seen, I have to put myself out there. So you're starting to see more people post their videos on YouTube and TikTok or social media, because they understand that it's you have to order your own path, and you can dictate whether or not you find success, or you can be your own boss. So back to that last side where it says willing to take risks. So people who see opportunity, like, okay, should I waste time or not? I wouldn't say waste time, because everyone has their path. If I want to go to American Idol, I got to wait in line, I got to do this, or I can just upload videos. And even though I may not have the following right now, I'm going to take the risk and see what happens, so that's something that you could build day to day versus, waiting for an opportunity like American Idol to come along. The difference is you can start at any point to become your own boss or become an entrepreneur. Move on. Why people become entrepreneurs. Okay, so desire to be one's own boss, desire to succeed financially, desire for job security, desire for improved quality of life. I mean, that's pretty much self-explanatory. There's people who want to be their own boss. Like, I understand I'm self-motivated. I can manage myself. I know when to wake up. I know when to do these things. I know how to manage my money. I can dictate that. And there's some people that sees the opportunity, like, these people are wealth creators. When I started my business, it was just me. And as of right now, I have two employees, one part-time, one pretty much kind of full-time. So you kind of see the growth. So now I've created a opportunity for myself, and now I'm able to bless 2 other people with that opportunity. So actually, no, I actually have more employees, because there's 3 people that work at the mall. I have a kiosk at the mall, and there's 3 people that work there. So 3. So as you can see, that's wealth building. And job security. As long as I still want to make tea, I will continue to have job security, because outside the United States, tea is the number one. It's the number one beverage around the globe, except for America. So working on America, but at least I know that I still have a product that people want. You understand? So understanding what that is, and then quality of life. Starting a business gives the founder some choice of when, where, and how to work. Right now, I'm at home. I was supposed to be at the mall today, but like I said, I hired someone else. So they're at the mall working, and I'm at home answering emails. So I can work from home. I work all over if I want to. So it's just, you're able to dictate your days and how you work. So we can move on. So this says the environment of entrepreneurship, factors supporting and expanding opportunities for entrepreneurs. So we have globalization, education, information technology, demographic, and economic trends. So does a student want to read this slide, and I can kind of
try? Yeah, we can get Umar. Can you read the slide for us?
Globalization, level of entrepreneurial activity in various countries. 1 second. Let me go to the new quad thing so I can see it. It's kind of blurry. The rapid globalization of businesses has created many opportunities for entrepreneurs.
So I have a question. Who could tell me, if I may, who could tell me one example of like globalization? You know, what is one thing where you see has created many what platform or what tool that you see that's all over that has created a lot of opportunities for for entrepreneurs? I kind of talked about it earlier. So I just want to gauge where you guys are at and not make this boring. So who could kind of talk about that, or who wants to? What have they been seeing? Nobody?
Like you said earlier, social media.
Yep, exactly. You know, we see social media everywhere. You can be in touch with somebody all from different people all over the world. You can post here in America and tag a different country, or you know, use a hashtag for a different country, and therefore potentially have your reach outside of your neighborhood. So social media and the rapid growth of social media, TikTok has definitely created a lot of opportunities. And like I mentioned earlier, we are in the information era. A lot of things that are, you know, second nature to you guys, we did not have those opportunities when I was in elementary or middle school, you know, so it's a great time to be an entrepreneur. So this one talks about education, information technology, and demographic and economic trends. So, you know, these really speak to us as, does another student want to read these? Or do you just want to just summarize it? Okay, so I'll go ahead. So education, it says.
I'm sorry. I was calling Abdul Salam to read. I forgot I was on mute. My apologies.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Abdul.
Education. 100 U.S. colleges and universities offer entrepreneurship majors. Universities are helping students launch businesses. Many programs teach entrepreneurship to young people. Information technology. Technology has given entrepreneurs tools that help them compete, and entrepreneurs have used information technology to revolutionize industries. Demographic and economic trends. Aging of the U.S. population, emergence of Hispanics as the nation's largest ethnic group, and growth of two-income families.
Okay. So this just talks about like some of the how we live in a society that supports the entrepreneurship, how technology has given the tools to help us automate, keep our business. You know, a lot of the things that I do for my business is done, like, for instance, I host my website on Shopify. And Shopify does everything for me. They do my payment integrations. I get people can shop from Instagram straight, can order my product straight from Instagram or Facebook. They can literally DM me. So technology has really been a big part of helping businesses grow. And then now they're talking about the demographic and economic trends. So aging of the American population, emergence of Hispanic groups. So it also speaks to, you know, other ethnic groups as well. You're starting to see a larger acceptance or a widespread of culture. So for many of us who may be first generation American, there's a way to kind of bring your own culture into your business. And I'll kind of speak to that with my business, because my business is Alade Organics, which Alade is a variant of a Yoruba word. And I bring a lot of my Yoruba culture into my business. And you see that now with people going outside of your traditional, you know, get a job, you're bringing more income into your family as well. So there's people who may have a full-time job and have a business, or one person is an entrepreneur and has a little bit more flexibility while the other person may work for someone else. So you're starting to see people are able to put their resources together. We can move on. Characteristics of entrepreneurs. Yep, kind of like we said, and what you guys, will know from any person that you probably follow on TikTok or social media. You see they have a high level of energy. They're able to show up and at any occasion. One of my biggest role models in entrepreneurship is Diddy, Puff Daddy, P Diddy. Love, whoever you want to call him these days, but like his assertiveness, his cockiness, his confidence, his optimism, it really is the driving force for his business. He doesn't care. He'll show up anywhere, any moment he'll take to promote. If I was Diddy, I would have on a latte shirt, sipping tea, because it's never, you guys are still an audience for me. So a person who's an entrepreneur is always thinking, that's always in that mind. They're self-confident, they're optimistic, they have a tolerance for failure, because man, you have to keep pushing. You have to keep going. You have to understand and be comfortable with people saying no. You're going to get a lot of no's, you get a lot of maybes, a lot of this before you start getting those yes, yes, yes. A lot of creativity. There's a lot of things that I had to learn on the fly. Social media is not my strong suit, but I recognize the importance of that for social media. Internal locus of control. So yeah, this is a business is just like a baby or a pet. It's something that you have to care for, nurture. You have to be invested in it in order for it to produce. You have to train your dog and consistently work with it. If you want it to start speaking or fetch or these things, you have to train and work at it. If you are an athlete, you have to make sure you show up for practice and do your drills, or you might, next time you go out on that meet, you may not make your time, you may not score as many baskets. So it's really about you taking control and understanding that. So those are some characteristics of entrepreneurs. So we kind of went over that about a little bit. So it says starting a new venture, selecting a business idea, find something that you love to do and are good at doing. Can your idea satisfy a need in the marketplace? Entrepreneurs must be sure that the idea they choose has interest in that marketplace. So I want to kind of open up the floor, if I may. What are your thoughts before I run through the business? Is there anyone who's interested in becoming an entrepreneur? Do you have any questions for me from the slides that we went over before we kind of go deep dive into my business? Don't be shy. I see a no. Okay.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Any comments? Anybody want to be who's thinking about becoming an entrepreneur?
Me.
Me.
In what field, guys? I'm curious.
I'm not sure.
Probably like the beauty industry.
Beauty industry. Okay, that's a really popular industry to get into. So beauty, health, wellness, those three things, fitness, especially right now with the climate of our culture, with COVID and wearing your mask and being safe and social distancing. Any business that's centered around that health, wellness, is a great business to be in. Anyone else? All right. I guess you want to go through the website?
Yeah, I do have a question for you though, right? Because this is something I hear about a business plan. What does that mean exactly? Like, what is that, and do you actually need one?
Oh, absolutely. You totally need a business plan, because what a business plan is going to do, your business plan is going to be like your journal. This is where you're going to like literally write down all your ideas, and then you're going to start to tailor it your ideas. So the first thing with any business is you have to identify your vision and your mission for your business. And once you identify what your mission and your vision, you're able to set goals for your business. So those will drive your goals. But before you can really have your goals, you really have to understand your market that you're getting into. So that's where a lot of market research goes in before you can set goals. And then before you can even do the market research, you have to identify who is your target audience. Who are you trying to sell or have patronize you? Where will your business be located? So these simple questions will help you when you're doing a business plan. It will help you even understand, like, not even wasting anyone's time. Can this even be done? You know, because if you're saying like, hey, I want to, okay, you can walk past. It's informal.
Hey guys.
I'm sorry. I'm at home. So having that business plan really helps you put your ideas together to make sure, like, is this even a plausible idea? So let's say someone's like, oh my God, I really love meatballs. I want to start selling the biggest meatballs in the world, you know. So, but if there's laws that say meatballs can't be a certain size, or you live in an area like, I don't know, California, where they're always having protests about animal consumption and they're pro-vegan. No, so those are things you want to kind of consider. Does your area allow for this? Is this something that I can actually do? You know, will it be hard to get these licenses? Your business plan will really help you outline that. And this day and age is very easy. Y'all are probably Googling geniuses. You can Google a business plan online. There's plenty of templates that you can get. Just say, business plan template, and you'll see something, and at least start there to write out your ideas. And then once you have a good business plan, I currently live in Houston, but I live in Maryland. All of your there's dozens of local resources. The library has programs if you want to start a business. That's what I did when I was about 19, 20 years old. I go to the library and they'll have little programs for you to say, they'll come and somebody would look at your resume, look at your business plan, and give you free advice. So there's resources available to you in your local communities that do support entrepreneurship. The Small Business Administration, they have a lot of resources. That's the Small Business Administration. So if you're trying to start a business, especially being young, there's a lot of opportunities. And, we talked about that there's probably 11% of business owners in America. But one thing we probably did not break down are how many of those businesses are actually owned by minorities. So, African Americans or Black people in general only own about 3% of the land here. So we don't have a lot of ownership. So this is something that I encourage all young people to do, is to get into business even at the smallest level, is to really get into that mindset of becoming your own boss. Because even in the tech world, just to go back, I worked in the tech world for 6 years. And by the last year, once you make a certain amount of money, even in those businesses, you have to open up a business. And so I became an independent contractor for myself, because now there's penalties to work for someone and make over a certain amount of money. So then you start to see that if I own my own business, I get to expense a lot of things. So I can increase my profits, my take home money, versus still being able to work for somebody. So even in corporate America, most of your CEOs, your corporate bosses, they're no longer employees. They're considered partners, or they be considered independent contractors. Now, those things are not widely advertised, but once you start to really understand how American business works, you'll see that a lot of people are business owners in some capacity.
And Umar, if you're there, I'd like you to share with Ms. Onitiri the business you guys started.
Oh yeah. So I was in an entrepreneurship program, and in my group there were like 15 people. And we had our objective was like to make a company, and like along the way we had to like submit like kind of like progress reports or something like that, where we just send them our progress and other things like in our company, like maybe our I don't really remember the form we had to send, but the first thing we had to do was get investors, and our investors gave us like half the money that we would use to start the company, and then all 15 of us will come up with the other half of the money to start it. And after we did that, we started the company, and we were selling first we were trying to sell like COVID kits, things were like to help with the COVID, but the idea didn't really take off, so we just settled for like these little teddy bear things, teddy bracelets. We call them teddy bands. And we had our company running for a few months, and then we liquidated the company when the thing was over, and we all made over like $100 each.
Oh, yeah, that's really dope. So before you guys started, I seen it said you guys look for investors. So 2 questions. Did you go to your investors with like a PowerPoint presentation or a business plan like we just talked about?
Actually, we had a little bit of a plan in mind, but it would be like after we got the investment that we'd really like start planning and stuff. Like we had like a view, and then we pitched it to the investors, and then I think we had a second pitch after we already got the idea and stuff for like I think it was for resources to actually start it. So first we got the money, and then after that, after a little while, we got resources to start.
Nice. So second question, were you able to pay back your investors?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot to say, we paid back from the money that we got. We paid back the investors, and then we also gave like I think it was 30%. No, 30. I don't know. I think it was 30% of our profits went to like charity. And yeah.
Yeah, so that's a great example, and that's also something that I do pitches. I'll pitch some ideas to investors and try to get some funding for business. That's one of the, and this right here, this next slide talks of finding finances. There's a lot different between debt financing and equity financing. So debt financing is money that you have to pay back, and usually these things you have to pay back with some type of interest or guarantees. So your credit cards, while they're a great method for just building, business credit cards also, if not handled with care, could create more debt than be beneficial. So that's something to keep in mind. Credit cards, I always tell people, like, for instance, for my business, I just got a business credit card, and it's something that I didn't want to do, but in order to really establish and have more ownership, and I have to show a little bit more wealth. So, that's one thing. Bank loans are a great secondary option. to equity financing. So especially if they're SBA backed, because a lot of, and SBA stands for Small Business Administration. These small business loans, especially if you fall under a minority group, whether you're Black, a minority, I should say, not just Black, a woman, a veteran, these disenfranchised or disabled, these minority or disenfranchised groups, typically you can get loans that will be forgiven. So, or they're usually at a very low interest rate than what your typical credit card would be. But equity financing, that is my favorite. It does require a lot more effort, a lot more guarantee. It does, but it may or may not put you in a situation where you might have to guarantee a percentage of your company, but that's fine, because if the business, this is where you want to be with the venture capitalists and angel investors, because God forbid, but just being realistic, the statistics are half of restaurants fail within the first couple of years. So if you do have the angel investor, they may lose their money, and that's of no burden to you. So it's and that's why people who are venture capitalists and investors, they do a lot of research before they just invest their money, because they also want to guarantee they get their money back, so they don't find themselves in a situation where you're just gambling with their money, but this also helps you not have to avoid the interest of credit cards and bank loans. And when you're able to secure investors or venture capitalists starts to see value in your company, that also helps to raise the actual value of your business. And for that, you can raise your prices, you can expand a lot more, you have a lot more visibility, and then you also have established trust before you even open the door, because you can say, hey, I was able to raise $1 million for my business from these 5 people. So these 5 people believe me, why shouldn't you? And then therefore a bigger business or a bigger company can then take that money and be like, you know what, I'm gonna match it. I'll give you 2 million and match their little investment. So finances is a big way to do it, but the big part of finances is really truly understanding your business and having that business plan, because you want to assure people that this business is going to be profitable. And the only way that you can say that this business is profitable if you have proof. So if you could say, listen, I'm the only person in a 250 radius block who has this type of product. I'm the only one that could do this. Not only that, I got my licenses, I got everything, so it's those things that you would have in your business plan that you will sell to get money from your business, and then you can start. And there's nothing you cannot do. I've seen people who are a young girl I met. I do a lot of farmers markets here. She was like 10 years old. She was able to get a $200,000 grant, because she's making tie-dye t-shirts, but she really sold herself and her vision and her being a young kid and doing tie-dye and being in the market. She'll be at the market with us every Saturday. She showed that, she really wants to be an entrepreneur, and she'll take videos of her supporting businesses. So this is a young girl that understood, like, I'm the selling point, like people love my personality, people love me. So I'm just going to document more stuff and see if people would give me money. And they did. So, you got to just find your niche. We can move on to the next slide. Okay, yeah.
So if you guys click on the screen, it'll take you directly to our website.
Yep. So this is my website here, Alade Organic. So Alade is just, it's funny, it actually kind of translates to wealth has come, or wealth is here in Yoruba. And, but Alade has a lot more meaning for me because, for my siblings, we all have Ade and Ola names. So I wanted to really pay homage to my siblings. And one takeaway is for your business should always have a backstory. It should always have a piece of yourself. It should always have a selling point. So while if you can go to the Alade at home, or no, yeah, right there, Our Roots. So, and then you could just kind of scroll up. So here, what is Our Roots? Oh no.
Our Roots, right?
Our Power, sorry.
Our Power, sorry.
Yeah, my bad. So this slide I kind of dedicate to talking about my backstory, why I got into my tea business, why my benefits for, why herbs are so beneficial and how I incorporate it in my daily life. So here I really kind of share a personal story to give people a backstory to understand why I even started this business, why it's so personal to me, and why it's worked. So, I talk about my experience with, for the young ladies here, I used to have like really, really bad cycles or whatever. So I'd share about that in a business and it resonates. So my target audience is for women who have experienced that, young women who've experienced, pain every month or whatever and wanted a natural alternative. And I found it and I've done it. And that's what has been one of the driving forces of my business. And, I get to share testimonies with my clients, now, especially being like now a certified herbalist, I start to understand so many things so often. And and this is something that was just like bothering me. And I was like, I'm gonna figure out what is wrong and what can I do the natural way. I'm tired of taking medicine. I hate artificial drugs. I want to find something that can help me. And I did. And it was in a lot of my business is a journey, is my self journey. So that's why I wanted a name that resonate, that speaks to me and my family and my culture. And that's really my backstory. So if you want to put up the other link.
The article?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
It's on in a second. It's on Nearpod, so I'm gonna just go backwards on Nearpod real quick.
Okay.
Yep, and go back to the article. Here we go.
Yeah. So yeah, recently, a few months ago, May, I was featured in Voyage magazine. Voyage is a pretty popular and known magazine across the country, and they have they're good magazine because they also have local editions. So they have a Voyage Baltimore, Voyage Atlanta, different cities that you could be in. So I was part of their Houston Most Inspiring Stories. And it's important to get your story out there. I was really shy. I'm just trying to sell some tea, you know what I'm saying? But I realized that it's, like I said, it's the backstory is what gets people wanting to learn more about you, seeing your vulnerability, seeing your process, seeing you grow. So, taking them on this journey with you, then people really buy in to your business or your product. And that's kind of where we're going into, because we're so intrusive, we're so nosy, we put everything on social media. So in order to really sell these days, you really just have to put your business out there. It's not something that I personally like, but I've accepted that that's where society is moving towards, and that's what's going to set me apart, or at least be part of the conversation. So imagine if I was just a creepy person and I never showed any pictures. I never showed myself. You're not going to want to buy tea from me. You want to buy tea from somebody that will probably use it, that uses it, that sells it. So that's something to really consider too, is making sure that what you're selling resonates with your real life so people can buy into it, So you can scroll down, and in this article, I talk about just my same journey, how I started. They asked if there were obstacles. I talked about my transition from my 9 to 5. So, on your spare time, you guys definitely feel free, because I am one of those people who literally could share both sides. Like, I was in IT for a while, and ended my career in program management. I made well over 6 figures. My starting salary was about $50,000 or $60,000, and I doubled it, well over doubled it by the time I left. So, and I haven't worked in 2 years. I quit my job October 31st, 2019. Yep, because it was Halloween. And I haven't worked since. I've been an entrepreneur since then. And, I always tell people I've found a way. I've never had so much. I never lived on so little and had so much. And it's a testament to, like, I was working, I was taking trips, I was flying all over the country, but I wasn't happy. And I quit my job, and now I feel way more fulfilled. I order my own steps. I get up in the, and it doesn't feel like work. I can make tea blends till 5, 6 in the morning. I can go down the rabbit hole of social media and just be watching herb videos or make elixirs or different things for hours, because that's what I love. I love learning about new plants and different home remedies. So my passion really fuels that for me, and I've become more satisfied in my life, more so than having monetary wealth, But I'm eating good over here. I'm just not, not flying out like I used to, but I see it in my business. So now I went from doing farmers markets out here in Houston. I would just sell at pop-ups. And now I have a kiosk in the mall here. So that's been going really well. And a lot more opportunities to come. I'm looking for a warehouse space. I'm doing a lot more private events. So I'm starting to take on clients and do like special remedies, or I supply day spas with facial steam, facial herbs for facial steams and yoni steams. I supply chefs with the herbs to make seasonings. I sell my seasonings in bulk. So, it's little by little, but I started off really small. I average about $5,000 to $10,000 in sales a month, and I've been selling full time since just January of this year. So you can grow little by little. It's your effort, it's your work, it's what you put into it. But like I said, it's yours. No one can control it or dictate that. It doesn't come without risk. No one's going to wake you up, or no one's going to call you and say, hey, you're late to work, what's up? No one's going to do that. You have to be accountable for every single thing. So before we go into entrepreneurship, we have to take a hard look at ourselves. And if we're not ready, there's so much information out there for us to get ready. There's so many mentoring programs that you can join, or just, and let me tell you something, y'all not too young. Like, I wish I had access to just half the stuff y'all did at my age, because I promise y'all I would be like a billionaire right now. So take advantage. You guys are on TikTok, you guys are on social media, you guys really kind of understand these things, or at least your friends are on it. So capitalize on it. And you are a niche. Being young and Black is a niche, and society loves niches. So being the 17-year-old girl who starts to, or I don't know how old you are, starting your beauty line now, straight out of high school, actually has more weight than someone coming who's from college at 25. Because you have a backstory like, hey, I'm in high school doing this. My high school friends are buying my products. I'm trying it out with them. So that actually that's going to draw the attention of more people than a person who just went to college and graduated and now they want to just start a business because they went. That's kind of boring. But you want to hear the story of the 17-year-old girl who decided to take a leap of faith and start her own business. That's a story I want to read more about. That's a story I want to follow. I want to follow the kids who decided in high school to plan out and make COVID kits and start a business. Those are things that need to be documented and shared, you know, because that shows your journey. Like if I was doing this, when you hear like celebrities like Nick Cannon and stuff, Nick Cannon talks about he was like selling candy in middle school, and that's how he kind of started. He started selling candy at his school, and from his profits he would do gigs. And you know, is that those little entrepreneurship, the little things that you do now, it has so much effect in your future. So you know, just know this is, like I said, it's an information era. So anything that you need to learn or know, there's nothing new under the sun. So yeah, just put yourself out there and do the research, and you know, put that pen to that paper and write out your ideas and see where they take you. And it may take you to college. I went to college. Ain't nothing wrong with college, you know. But I also never used my college degree. So take that what you want. My degree was in public relations and communication, which it helps me now because I do like to speak and I love people and people oriented, but it did not help me in my degree. In my work as a business analyst, like that was just off the limp and I just became good at it, but I never really used my degree. So.
But you couldn't get that business analyst job without that degree, right?
I could. Actually, I could, because
they would have given it to you without a degree?
Most of my coworker, I actually was one of the few people at Northrop Grumman, which they don't advertise. I was one of the few people at Northrop Grumman who had a bachelor's degree. A lot of people don't. So, but a lot of people had, so, because what they did a few years ago, they changed. A lot of companies doing, especially if you're going into IT, they know that most people are self-taught. One of their biggest demographics are Indians or Africans. So a lot of them don't even have the ability to accredit their degree from over there to over here anyways. So they had to switch up their policies. And if any of you guys are familiar with people who work in IT government, especially in Maryland, there's a huge Indian population there. So that is what drove them to relax the degree setting because they have so many foreigners. So now, as long as you have experience, and if you're able to speak to that experience, if you get what I'm saying, if you're able to speak to that experience, then you can have experience in lieu of a degree. So a degree does not stop you from working in corporate America, especially this day and age, because like I said, and I'm gonna keep saying, we are in the information era. You could teach yourself anything you want. It's them 10,000 hours that make you an expert, you know? So whatever you do, if you're willing to dedicate 10,000 hours, whether it's college or your thing, you're gonna find success in it, you know, so.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Miss Onitiri. If you guys have any questions, absolutely please thank her for joining us today, for sharing her insight and knowledge. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask as well.
Thank you so much, sis. I was gonna ask you to say that again, like all the opportunities they're getting now are things that we wish we got when we were much younger.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Beautiful, beautiful story. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, no problem. You know, so yeah, like I said, guys, if you guys take advantage of your youth, you know, take advantage of the information that's out there. The people who are running the market right now, we're behind. You know, our age group, we're supposed to 35. Your millennials are supposed to be the ones that are, you know, running right now. But it's really the generation behind us that truly understands technology. You understand? So a lot of times we're hiring you guys. You know, like the girl who does a lot of my marketing, she's like 19 years old. The people who work at the mall for me, 23. 19 and 16. You understand what I'm saying? And they know more. They teach. I sell crystals at my store as well. And a lot of the people who come in for the crystals are from TikTok. And I had no idea. I'm just like, what the heck is TikTok? Like, how are y'all even learning these things from TikTok? Like, what is going on? So now we have to incorporate, we have to follow the trends of TikTok. TikTok is literally dictating my business because Rose quartz was like the big TikTok thing, and we sold out. We didn't understand why we sold out, and then we understood TikTok. So now carnelians are the TikTok thing. So now we know we got to stock up because all the TikTok kids are about to come to the mall to buy crystals. So yeah, you guys really are that generation. And, you know, you guys are I know it's a lot of anxiety putting yourself out there, but we really don't have a choice. Instagram as a platform said that they're moving towards business, video content creators and creatives. So if you are just posting pictures, you're done. If you're not making, they said, if you're not making 1 to 2 reels a day, your business already failed. I'm just like, dang. So if you guys are doing it for fun, start doing it for money. Start going to your older aunties and uncles and telling them I'm starting to pay my nephew, he's 15. I told him $50 a Saturday and come do all my TikToks and teach me how to do TikTok. So I will pay y'all. I would pay y'all. So talk to your older relatives who you think have business and pitch your services. Go to the mall and be like, hey, y'all look old. Y'all need some help with TikTok. And they will do it. You know, one of the young girls who comes with me to the market, she was 16 years old. She started helping all of the vendors with their like how to like do reels or do videos. I was like, girl, you need to start a business and just come back and make them charge you $20 to do this, because this is a business, because so many of us don't know.
It's a big business, meaning that it's such an invaluable tool to be able to share with them. They don't know it yet, but it's worth more than $20. I'll tell you that much. So
it is, and that's what I'm saying. Starting young, because that's what I'm saying. This is America loves niches, pitches, so young people. If you come out and say, "Hey, I'm starting a social media business," at 16, you will get more business than a person who's 25, 30 years old saying they want to start a social media business, because they're like, "What? This 16-year-old wants to do it? Oh, I'm gonna give them a shot because I wasn't thinking about this at 16." So that's the world we live in. You guys are our future. So we need more entrepreneurship. Even if you choose to go to college, I definitely, I don't have an opinion either way, to speak. I can only speak my truth, but
you can do both.
Yeah. And that's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
But if you are going to do one, please start a business. You know what I'm saying? And go to college as well if that is your desire and where you see fit. I do believe college taught me a lot of life skills. A lot of my business partners have come up from college. Some of my long-term, all of my business partners actually have come up for college. And even if we're not working in our degrees per se, it was that bonding and us being able to watch our development that gave the trust to now say, hey, let's do business together. But had we not had those interactions in college, we may or may not have been business partners today. So you just take what you will from the people around you and continue to always ask questions. Like they always say, like in business, one thing that we say is ask your client the same question 7 times. This is what I want to ask them again. So what do you want? Okay, so I hear that. So what exactly do you want? Okay, cool. So you want this? Is there anything else that you want? Okay, so if I add this and that, do you think you might want this as well? Continue to ask questions, so.
My goodness, this is similar to the discussion we had around military service. Just the idea, because I'll mention this again, most of the parents, and including myself, who have children whose kids are in this program, do see our kids going to 4-year institutions. But I like the fact that with military, with entrepreneurship, it does not negate going to college. There's still something to gain from going to college. There's still something there. You can do it together, tangentially, or after or before and stuff like that. So I like the mix. It's like a salad bowl where you have all those options to pick from, different things you can tag on to what you do with your future. I love it.
And it's a great place to have I believe it's a great place to have centralized learning. So if you are able to, I mean, really able to, because I'll just speak for myself. I thought I knew what I wanted to do in college, but I didn't really take too much ownership of my life because I thought college was going to do that for me. So I went into college like, yeah, I'm gonna just do PR and then that's it. But I really should have went in there and said, you know, this is the type of what I want to do. This is what, so then my classes and my education can kind of to fill in those blanks, the things that I'm missing. So if you already know what you want out of life, allow college to fill in those blanks for you, but don't let it define what you want out of life, if that makes sense. You know, define what you want out of life and let college just fill in the little holes, take the classes, because you know, there's a lot of people going to college. And if all of you guys come up with the same skill set, same mentality, then, you know, looking for a job becomes this never ending battle. So, but if you go into college with a specific idea, or, you know, you want to do business, but you want to do this particular type of business, when you come out, not only do you have a skill set, but you have a centralized skill set. So that's what's going to set you apart. You know, like, this is my focus area, because you need something that's going to always set you apart from anyone else. You know, that's what's going to make you different from the thousands of people who are going to graduate with a degree. Is, you know, that you want this specific thing, and that's it.
Yeah, thank you. College is just different these days. It's not the same. My kids will not be attending the same college that I attended, just like I didn't attend the same kind of college in terms of the thinking that my parents attended. Things are changing. We have to change with the times. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay. All right. Do you need anything from me, or should I log off?
No, we're good. I thank you so much for joining us. I think the kids learned a lot. Abdul Salam said it's really interesting. I think it's really interesting. And I'm sure Nafisa's brain is running right now about how she can start a fashion and beauty business today. So I think they gained a lot from this. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me, and you guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Assalamu alaikum, guys. Hope you guys were able to get something out of that one way or another. Definitely appreciate it for joining. So to wrap up, Dr. Fazil, you want to add anything before we?
No, tomorrow is hiking day. Yay! We're gonna be hiking about 5 kilometers, which is just 3.2 miles. I know you're gonna not be present, Nafisa.
No,
you
not
ran
gonna
off
be
to
there.
Atlanta, but that's okay. We'll get you another time. So just a reminder, folks, please wear something comfortable. Temperature should be around 87 degrees. Shouldn't be too bad. There's an overcast, so we should get a little bit of reprieve with the sun's heat, from the sun's heat. Make sure you wear comfortable shoes. If you have hiking boots, that's perfect. If not, some boots like Timberland boots or something. Really, I'm always concerned because I always twist my ankle. So I guess.
This is so the one thing I will say is this is more of a trail than a hike. So there's not too many like places where like you can
Okay, perfect.
Like that. Yeah, so it should be
perfect. That's good. So your sneakers will do then. Your sneakers should do, but if we're gonna continue with hiking trips and stuff, you do want to definitely invest in some really good pair of boots.
100%.
It should not be raining, I don't think, so we don't need any raincoats. Bring water. I'll try to bring some extra bottles of water. You might want to freeze it overnight so you have something cool to sip out of. Bring some snacks, just small snacks, please. We're not going to stop at any restaurant or anywhere to buy some food. So pack some snacks. Fruits are a great idea, like oranges, apples, things like that. What else? Oh, and for our e-recycling project, if you have collected some electronics already, please feel free to bring them. We can drop them into the box so we can keep doing that as we go. And that's pretty much all I have. Parents are welcome to join us. If you have siblings who are old enough to do a 5K, they're more than welcome to join us as well. Other than that, we'll be meeting same spot we met on Tuesday. on Good Luck Road at the Learning Center. Any questions, guys? No, so I should see everyone, right? Except for Nafisa.
How's Naeem anyway?
Pardon me?
He's doing good.
No, I was asking how Naeem was.
Yeah, I said he's doing good.
Oh, okay. He's out there with you?
No, he's right across the room.
Oh, really?
But he already came. He came and then he popped up a few times.
Yeah, no,
annoying.
their mom said Naeem was in some other program, so was not able to join this. Unfortunately, but hopefully the rest of the school year we'll see more of him. All righty, that's pretty much it for me. Brother Hamza, anything else?
No, not at all. See you guys tomorrow.
All right, inshallah. Thank you so much for joining. Assalamu alaikum.
What's on?
Alaikum salam.